Welcome, bienvenue to the Committee of the Whole meeting for the municipality of the County of Annapolis. Now remember, you have to have your cell phones turned off as we are having a meeting. And in case of fire, if we have to, we do out the front door and we go meet in the back end of the parking lot. Okay, so those are our reminders. We have roll call. District 1.
District 1, hearing on person Salzman.
District 2, Jesse Hare. District 3, Dustin Winslow. District 4, Charles Cranston.
District 5, Lynn Longer.
District 6, John Welch.
District 7, Ted Egenbar. District 8, Niall Hardy.
District 9, Gidget Oxman.
District 10, Brian Fuzzacano.
District 11, Diane LeBlanc. Any disclosure of interest? Seeing none, we'll move on. For the agenda, we are adding 6.13, briefing on AVRL update. And we are removing the in-camera. Yep. We need the approval of the agenda as amended. Can somebody put that on the floor? Councillor Carson Salzman. Seconded by Deputy Warden. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay. Before we go into anything further, we have this beautiful headpiece. I'll put it on you. I wasn't there yet. Yeah, this beautiful headpiece. Could one of our councillors that was at the Riverfest please speak to this? Councillor Austin, would you like to speak on this? Councillor Longmire. I was there and watching the great performance of our team. The team was called?
Warriors.
Yes.
We were awarded this beautiful work of art for our team spirit.
And they placed well. They placed
Fifth overall.
Out of 12.
Of 12 teams.
Yeah, they were pretty. Yeah, bravo, bravo. Well done. And to the staff members that are there. I see a few in the back there. Good job on all of you as well. And who wishes to wear it? Here, Bob. It works well. It matches you. It won't work if I work with this today. I'll just let everybody enjoy the beauty of that. And congratulations to you all. And next year, I guess you're going to be, you keep doing better every year, so good on you. Okay, so where are we at? The approval of the minutes. Now we got to get back down to business. The approval of the minutes, page 3, which is for the committee of the whole, June 16th. Do we have any comments, corrections, omissions, anything there? I see nothing, so the minutes are approved as circulated. Okay, so on page 7, we have correspondence from the Minister Maslin, if I can say it properly, on fire services. You used to speak on this a little, or?
Sure.
Okay.
So briefly, again, this letter is mainly in response to the letter that council had sent a couple of months ago to the minister regarding fire service and fire service modernization program. So again, this is in response to that, and I would say that there is the deputy minister is coming to meet with some representatives as well as the fire chiefs of the area. So that's a positive. That's happening in August. So that's good. So we'll be able to have some of these conversations with them in person.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move along. Okay, we are on page 9. We have a request for decision. It will be presented by Gary. He'll be coming to the front on active living coordinator. If you would like to speak on this a little bit before I put the motion on the floor, Mr. Kyle, Mr. Garrett, I'll let you do that.
I think I'm okay to receive my presentation. That's good to go. Yeah. Thank you. All good. You have to enable the editing. I don't know, because I got caught in that trap. I got caught in the trap before.
I'm not providing any of those. I'm keeping myself over here. You're all good.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving along, and thank you everyone for having me today. I'm here to present about the County of Annapolis Active Living Strategy for 2026-2031. My name is Kyle Garrett, the Active Living Coordinator for the county. But I'd like to talk a little bit, well, actually, I'd like to start off with, I almost wore my tie-dye shirt today because it's
We'll make it happen.
Next week.
We have a lovely display of a well-deserved team spirit, and thank you very much for Angela for organizing and tie-dyeing shirts. That was great. What an amazing event. So I'll speak a little bit about the MPAL program, so Municipality Physical Activity Leader, or for short MPAL. The MPAL position is primarily focused on increasing movement, the living for residents. Active living is a conscious commitment to bring healthy habits into daily routines. This really briefly, this can look like improving sleep, exercise routine, or even just walking with peers. And then just to clarify, the active living coordinator, I am the MPAL, but for the county of Annapolis, I'm called the active living coordinator, so just to clarify that. And just before we have the Let's Get Moving Nova Scotia strategy, we had 5 goals that I had to shape my active living strategy around. So it looked like we redefine movement, reach Nova Scotians where we learn, work, and access healthcare. Advance quality community leadership, enhance opportunities and address inclusion and measure progress. All right, a little bit about me. What is that? These are some projects that I was passionate over. So I'm just under 3 years as an MPAL. And this is kind of some things that I do now. Summer and winter active team, I'd like to mention those two because I think those are our community programs. We're really lucky to have the resources to support these teams, especially summer is a lovely time, and then winter active is very important to get residents out during the cold months. I also do some community programs such as guided hikes, equipment loans, play box initiatives, so those large construction boxes that you see that I painted pink, and we got the students to design contests and get passionate about the program. More school programming, especially parasport, so wheelchair basketball, side hockey, make your move to work. So we'll use that to increase physical activity at the workplace and kind of start here and move to the county. Support community groups around movements and some self-guided active living signage. Okay, so this is how I shaped my goals and actions, which I'll kind of get to a little bit later on. For the county, and so the county of Annapolis did a recreation public meetings. We did 12 of those and then some separate ones with groups. And then we also had the online recreation survey, and then Dalhousie and the province came together to do the Nova Insight physical activity survey. And the focus areas our individual supports, community supports, natural and built environments, and policy and planning. So I'll start here with the individual support. These are just, you'll see this in the active living strategy alone, but this is kind of what I consider the important parts to talk about. So individual focused supports recognize factors such as age, race, gender, ability, health conditions, schedules, and personal motivation. I created 4 goals for the individual supports. We have a lovely picture of Brenda here on one of our new trails, the Upper Clements Moon Mist Trail, which is accessible. Just a very quick example of how we're going to support our individuals. Community supports. We have 2 also lovely pictures. We have the walking group on Nova Scotia Walk Day in Annapolis Royal here, and we're also at school with bikes. So community supports are essential for providing physical activity opportunities to both residents and visitors. These community-focused supports recognize the unique strengths, capacities, and needs of different communities across Annapolis County. 5 goals were created, and along with the goals, there's actions as well. Natural and built environments. We're very lucky to have the natural and built environment in Annapolis County. Sports Hub is one we'll talk about. It's central, it's a regional sports hub. All the schools use this for practices and training and host large events. We had provincials last year, which was amazing, over I think it was close to 2,000 people around. So we have numerous activities. 4 goals also were created for these environments: develop, improve, maintain existing recreation spaces, and maximize active living and recreational opportunities for residents. And that's the last code down there as well, guided by. Policy and planning. Policy and planning supports are essential for active living in the long term. Develop the Annapolis County. These supports include matters such as land use, transportation, facilities, and investment, all which shape resident opportunities to be active. And this is one plan that we're aligning with moving forward. So our shared equity, diversity, and inclusion plan. So that's just one example. We're going to talk a little bit about the facility and open spaces. I did some highlights right in the actual active living strategy, just to kind of highlight how we shine and how we're going to be, spaces to move. So we have the Annapolis River, Bridgetown Regional Outdoor Sports Hub, the Harvest Moon Trail, which is the former railway, which runs all the way through the county and actually connects to different spaces, and then Upper Clements Trails across the Middle Park. I just have a little physical activity recommendation. This is just something quick to know. And that's it.
Hundred 120 minutes.
Are we going to put the motion on the floor now? We're all done? Let's begin with Kyle for now. We have a motion put on the floor. Ooh, I lost it. Here. Who'd like to read the motion? Councillor Carson Salzman.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council approve the 5-year 2026-2031 active living strategy.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Mr. Longmire. Okay, now it's time for questions or comments. Tom is ready to answer the questions. We'll start with Councillor Hare, Councillor Welsh, Councillor Longmire. I have 3. Okay, Councillor Hare.
Just curious, it was on your first slide, it was, one of the components was measure. How do you intend to measure this over the next few years?
So with the since it's a 5-year plan, we break it down per year, and usually is what we it's planned to see what we want to try to accomplish in the year, and then you review at the end of each year to see, what you accomplished, did you follow active living strategy or, yes, so it's really about the 1 year plan, is how we're gonna measure progress, and then depending, it's all very kind of specific on how you're gonna measure progress, if it's numbers per program or if it's amount of programs, initiatives completed, it's kind of stuff like that, so.
I look forward to seeing progress, the measure of the progress over the years.
Great, thank you. Councillor Welch.
Thank you. I think that this is a really great, strong strategy that you put together. It was a great read. It's just like to point out some things that jumped out at me. I really like the fact that it recognizes the reality of rural communities. It has a strong emphasis on reducing barriers for participation. I really appreciated that part of it, and has a great focus on partnership. I really like the equipment loan program for folks that can't necessarily buy in or don't want to because they're just exploring a new sport. That opportunity is there for them to do that. And I really like the idea with the walking clubs as well. I think that's a great incentive. And I enjoyed the walk that we did around Bear River, looking at opportunities there. It's a low cost with that community benefit. My one question to you is, can community halls play a larger role in local recreational hubs?
Absolutely. Yeah, and we just had Jonathan Gillis, who former worker for the county of Annapolis, he put together a community hall, I guess just a large meeting, bringing community halls together, and there we talked about, what initiative, like how can community halls be aware of things in the county and how can we bring that stuff to each community hall, even though they're all different, so that was a great start. And, I think it's crucial to have community halls involved in the conversations, especially when you look at the whole program.
Yeah, I look at like Clemens Community Hall, and it's right across all the trails, and it just seems like an opportunity just waiting to happen. I'm sure there's other examples in the county as well.
Thank you very much for your kind words as well about the strategy.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Longfire.
Thank you, Mr. Garden. I've lost my voice. It's back today, but it's very deep. So I just want to say a huge thank you to you and the team with Annapolis County on all of this. I'm not going to reiterate what other words have been spoken, but the value in this is endless. Our health is and should be a priority. And so I'm proud of Annapolis County for stepping up, creating this strategy, and taking it into community. I see, as Councillor Welch just said, the halls playing a more significant role. Challenges, some of those halls don't sit on bus roads. So we need to as well look at perhaps another approach. And I always go back to our schools. And I know that's a question for Department of Education. Our schools fit in perfect places where they have outdoor access to the facility. They have all kinds of access to different, balls, bats and things like that you can use, as well as a bus road, right? Accessible bathrooms and such. We are rich here in Annapolis County with all of the outdoor and the indoor spaces that we've got. And I just see us, going forward and being a leader that way. So key is advertising. Sometimes I hear from people that they don't necessarily learn about things until after it's happened. It's not for the miss of us not pushing it out on Facebook or however, but posters do get put up. And, halls are a great way to as well encourage them to share it among their crowds. So I just want to say thank you. This is wonderfully done. And as Councillor Hare had said, measuring is going to be important, but I can't imagine anyone not seeing this as a success. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. It's nice to see that we can have a real positive effect in something that's in our big life, where it's related to Nova Scotian. We can't control Nova Scotia Health, we can't control doctor shortages. However, we can still support it. Because there's many studies saying if you're staying active and you're doing things that Kyle's involved in, it decreases the need for Nova Scotia Health. And I know that, we can't control hospitals, we can't control that. However, we can control programs and supports to our citizens for physical fitness so they can stay out of the hospitals. Because I know within our region, we have some severe issues with diabetes and different things like that. And physical fitness is definitely something to help put that in the right direction. So thank you very much, Bob. I look forward to seeing as many programs as possible. Yes, I know we got notes and things, but it's nice to see programs that are put on, and especially for kids. I know for my kids, it'd be nice to get them into a program that I'm not part of organizing, or it would be great. Thanks.
Anybody else? Councillor Crampton?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the well-written report. I just want to echo what my colleagues, Councillor Paul and Longmire spoke to on community halls. I agree the importance of having them involved. But I just want to say, not just from the standpoint of making them aware of the programs we have on, but many of them have their own physical activity programs, and kind of be mindful of the role we can play in helping promote those things. So I know a number of the halls across the county have various fitness classes and recreational activities, and I know that over in Tupperville, the hall there, the group there organizes guided hikes and tours and walks, and one group even has their own bicycle window program and things like that. So just echoing what was said about the importance of involving the community halls and community groups in this strategy is kind of mutually beneficial.
That's right. Right, thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Collins.
Yes, very good report, and I had a question about the kids' activities that you put on last year. I realize it's good to have good strategy on valley floor stuff, but our county's so stretched wide. I mean, I know that even at the park in Springfield there last year, there was only a handful of kids, but it was very, very appreciated by those kids. If we can have numbers when we get to valley floor, but don't forget our rural areas. And I see that we're having a canoe and barbecue at our canoe park. But sadly, I learned about it on Facebook. I wasn't notified that we were even having it. So, I mean, include your counselors in the districts. I would take posters out and put them up out there. So get us. We're an avenue of supporting our communities, and we know I know for a fact the outskirts of our rural areas fall between the cracks because we don't get the numbers. But I do say they were very appreciated. The kids out there that day had more. They really enjoyed it. So.
Right.
But good try.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Eisenberg, I kind of skipped over you. I better keep my glasses on for my paper. I'm sorry, but you can wrap it up. But, oh, don't get like that.
I would just like to reiterate exactly what some of our colleagues here on the table stated as well. And I'd like to commend the county as well, and the Department of Recreation Department championing the cause of active living. And I think probably, I can't speak for other municipalities or counties, but no one can be ahead of us. I think we're doing a really, really good job on that. And I would like to thank the council and the staff for everything they do in respect to all of our active living facilities.
Mhm.
We've got beautiful coastal parks like in Young's Cove, we've got, the Lap's Cove, we've got trail systems, parks. In Bridgetown, we have the world-class sports hub. We had Riverfest this weekend, which brought in, I don't know the numbers, but I was happy to say a couple of thousand people. And it was very successful, so that's huge. You're doing a great job, and I would just like to commend and thank council and staff for the support for having this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Aguilar. You couldn't have said it better. I was thinking the same thing. You lined it all up. Thank you to the staff for putting these together. Thank you, Cobb, for presenting, and you have a great role in this, and continue on. I see that you separated all those numbers in ages. I'll let it go. I'm just joking. Okay, is there any other councillors now that I'm looking around? All right, seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Merci, John.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are on page 41. A request for decision which will be presented, which was prepared by Jennifer Daniels, our fire services coordinator. Will be joining us to the front. And talking about policy 117. Madame Daniel, I will be giving you the floor. You can start anytime you wish.
And for you chairing, good morning, councillors. This is in regards to policy 117, which is the fire services capital funding policy. Through the policy, it speaks to requiring fire departments to submit audited financials when they're applying for capital funding. In speaking with some of the fire service peeps, they found this a bit of a barrier financially when it came to their operationals. To have an audited financial is fairly expensive. So I did reach out to other municipalities to get an idea of what they did. Several municipalities did respond, and the majority of them did point out that if they did require audited financials, the municipality would pay for that. It required. So speaking on advice with our finance, it was suggested that we do a review engagement, or that they provide a review engagement instead. And this provides the municipality a moderate level of assurance, so there's still accountability. So this is what this presentation speaks to.
Right. See, Madame? I need somebody to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Longmire?
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council provide 7 days notice to approve the proposed amendments to policy 117, fire service capital funding, to replace the requirement for audited financial statements with a requirement for financial statements that have undergone a review engagement when applying for capital funding.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Councillor Welch? Okay, now it's time for questions. Okay, we'll start with Councillor Connell, Councillor Granton, Councillor Welch, Councillor Longmire. Okay, Councillor Agenbacher. They'll let me after Councillor. And Deputy Warden. Councillor Connell.
Yes, this is what we heard from the fire services. Most fire departments have a contract or arrangements with people to do their books. And they felt that why did they have to go the second step and have an audited one done? If they're hiring a company to, do their year-end books, they felt that was enough. Because the cost would be an additional cost to take what they already had done by a professional company.
Mhm.
To reassure that. So they felt that, it was a big expense that we asked. You know, what they produced. That's what we heard.
And they've been talking about this for a few years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Quentin.
Yeah, I do have a few concerns with this. Agree with, like, thank you for taking a look, and I agree with having a look at it. My concern more is on the replacing with the review engagement, and yes, it's less costly and less of a burden than an audit. Still comes with a significant expense for the fire departments. My experience, I can't quote the ones that do the fire, but typically they're about halfway in the middle of the price of a compilation engagement and a full-blown audit. So it still is gonna have a significant expense and still gonna have a burden to it. And due to like accounting standard, public accounting standard, it's gonna require most of them to not to seek a firm outside of their regular bookkeeper, where a compilation engagement would allow them more options to use. So my concern with this motion is I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't think you're gonna accomplish it by simply changing with a review engagement, because it's still gonna have a significant burden on them and an extra cost. It's like, it's, you know, like for layman terms, it's a scaled down version of an audit still. So I'd be more in favor of something along the lines of one, what we're doing now, where it references that they have CPAs or professional bookkeeping outlets currently doing it. I think it said 5 of the 6 that we did used a like a professional bookkeeper or a CPA to do it, and I would like to see us do something more in line with that, like lean into that for insurance.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Counselor Welsh.
I support this amendment. I find it to be practical and hopefully will reduce some unnecessary costs. Just got one question, and that's if a review engagement identifies concerns with the department's financial management, is there a process in place that the municipality can follow to before approving funding?
Where are you looking at there?
I'm
Page 42?
just asking a question.
Sorry.
So your question was, do we have a process in place for before approving funding for capital funding?
Yeah, but if there's concerns that arise, does the municipality have a process for dealing with that? What would be the next step?
So, when an application does come in, the CAO does review, financials, previous year's financials are attached to it. It is reviewed and signed off by the CAO. If there's any concerns, then there's communication back and forth, and I gather whatever information, additional information is required.
Okay. Counselor Welsh, did I? Okay. Counselor Longmire.
My question has been answered.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Aguilar.
Short answer is, I agree as well with the motion. However, not being a professional accountant myself, I'd like to defer to Councillor Tran's statement about his concern about the verbiage of review engagement versus perhaps a different wording there, or a different type of review. I think having heard what he said, it makes a little bit of sense, it makes some sense to me that maybe going from A to B might not be as good as maybe going from A to C, as an example, a different type of procedure that's not gonna be more burdensome financially on departments. Having been on the fire services, committee before, and in my previous life as a counselor elsewhere, I know that they're always stressed and stretched financially, so I think that makes sense. I don't know the different type of wording that can be proposed or what the consensus is around the room, but that would be my opinion. Thank you.
Okay.
But in general, I certainly agree with, yeah, because there's a certain amount of somewhat redundancy there as well,
Okay, thank you.
not unwarranted.
Deputy Warden.
Counselor Aguilar moves to the fire. First time ever. But I do agree, because I know that, one of the unique counselors, well, actually not, just a few of us now, that, two fire departments in the district. And, I know one of them has expressed some concern around the financial burden that this additional ask has. And it's a smaller department. They work really hard to make sure that their funding is stretched as far as possible. So I have concerns about that portion of it. I'm not gonna say exactly how the conversation went, but, wasn't completely positive, but, I really agree with what Councillor Cranton suggested, where perhaps we can maybe look at what we actually need and how it can be achieved without putting an additional financial burden on our departments. We've already learned that stretched as it is, and they work extremely hard. Just look at the past 72 hours. So, you know, we're asking them to now take additional burden. Now, some departments already, like you said, do some of it. But at the same time, it's mostly the smaller departments that have less money that are probably the ones that aren't doing it. So, I'd like if we could just further look at it, see if there's a way that we can do it and not put more financial burden on these departments. Yeah, we're asking them to do. But at the same time, I don't wanna make it look like we don't require them to be financially responsible, because that is definitely not what I'm looking for. At the end of the day, even though, we give them money, so it's still taxpayer money, and they still have to be accountable. With any volunteer organization, things can happen quite quickly where it's outside of the financial realm of, is that legitimate expense versus not? So it's not be accountable, but I just want to try to make sure that we're doing what we're needing to get. But also we're not having a huge financial burden on. So that's my only concern. Yeah, they're already giving enough for, and asking them to spend more money on this, so.
All right, so we've heard a concern, right? Would you like to touch on the subject?
Thank you.
Sure.
So certainly I hear your concerns, and I think this is why we made the recommendation that we did. We understand that a full-blown audit is quite pricey. And we looked at the other levels of engagement, but if we go too low, then it becomes that it's an internal review. It's not an external review. So that would be similar to us as a municipality going, it's okay, we'll just look at it internally and our finances are fine. That's why we go outside and hire an auditor to come in and review our books, to have that outside opinion that things are the way they should be. I think if we go too low, we are saying to fire departments, and we don't, talk about who's doing the books or how they're doing them. Which is why having that third party is sometimes very, very beneficial for everybody involved. The other side of it too is that, we provide the majority of funding, I won't say all of the funding, the majority of the funding for the departments. And if it's a financial burden like that, to me, that comes back to us. We need to be looking at that to make sure that they have the funds in order to do the review, what was it, notice to reader, as opposed to the full blown audit. If we want to do audits, then, I think we pay for them. But again, that's probably a bit much. Some municipalities ask for audits, full audits, and we have some fire departments that do audits, right? So you gotta remember, there's a range of levels in the county, and we want to make sure that we have that third party review of financials. And ultimately, it should be us that's paying for it.
All right. Any other comments or questions? What you just heard. Councilor Aguilar?
It's the question, so before we go to vote, is there another type of review engagement, like, can we be more specific about what review engagement means, like, specifically, it's not an audited financial audit statement, but is it another party other than whoever's doing their?
That's the review engagement, that's the.
But it is a professional kind of.
Yeah.
Firm. Yep, okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Sure, Councilor Conlon.
So like what was said is that we're gonna request this, then the county probably should be supporting it. So how do we deal with that? Do we get an average of what it would cost to do a review and allow that in financials, or we can perhaps go to whoever they want for the review and then send the bill to us, or how do we get
That's a good idea.
how do we get message across that we would like to have the third party review? And how are we gonna support? Yes, that's.
So through you,
Sure.
to the counselor, so, a couple of the ideas that you suggested absolutely are possibilities. I would say, and this is a much bigger discussion than we can have here today. We've had some discussions about, we don't have a funding policy for fire departments. That's a problem. Like, I think we need to work with fire departments to say, this is how we fund, this is how we do it. I mean, I know there was a review done a couple of years ago, whenever it was. And numbers were put in place, and then, but there's no mechanisms to say, here's what we pay for, and here's what should be included, and how we make sure that number grows. To me, if we had that policy, we would add, a notice to read, a review engagement is included in that. And that's one of the costs that the municipality pays for. So there's a much bigger discussion that we need to talk about how we fund fire departments to ensure that we are paying every one of them appropriately. The other thing I would say, like, there is the possibility, I believe, that we could contract a third party to do and it's a bit, this is where we run into differences between the fire departments. So we could likely contract a third party accounting firm to do review engagements for any of those that don't already have the audit being done. Which, would likely save some costs, because we can do a contract for however many are included in that. But again, that becomes a bit different because, like Middleton's included in the town's financials. I believe Annapolis Royal is as well. So you're right, and then there's a couple that are outside, that we fund outside of the county, and then, so it becomes a bit complicated, but all I would say is we need to look at a full policy of funding, and this would be included in that discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Alter.
the Theo had touched upon what I was gonna ask, which is contracting it out to a firm to look after, so yes, we have other things to do, so we can do that.
Okay, the next one is, Councillor Creighton.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you about the firm and again, the availability of finding a firm to do this, because I know from, the nonprofit world, deliberately, like lots of groups, boards or whatnot, will seek to get some assurance, especially volunteer ones. And trying to find a firm that would be willing to do an audit or review engagement for a nonprofit or in this case, fire department could be quite challenging, especially down in this area. So again, I did say one of them currently has, so I don't know if that firm would be taking on the other ones, but it'd create another challenge because again, it's quite a burden and a lot of firms aren't necessarily have a big appetite for reviewing engagements and audits at rural communities. It's pretty much the bigger ones.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last comment. This is your third time, Councillor?
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, make it
I
short.
just want to basically say that having heard all this, the gist of the motion is to replace the requirement to have financial audit, period, number one. And then having heard all the comments, the wording of review engagement certainly provides some broad perspective as to how that gets done.
Mhm.
But the main thing is I would support the motion of eliminating the financial audits. And leave it to staff to come up with whatever kind of priorities and criteria in respect to the review engagement.
Exactly. Thank you. So you've been given some pointers, so the staff will go on from here. Any other comments from any other councillors? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madame Daniel. We're moving on to page 48. The request for decision. On policy 135, these amendments. And it's going to be presented by Madame Ben.
Yes, so just to remind you that when we put the fees policy in place, actually last November, we did let you know it would be a bit of a living document for a while, so, we identified two changes that we are requesting, for the policy. One of them being, to request a refundable deposit for when we order private road signs for people. We ordered them from the Department of Public Works, and then we get the invoice, and then we charge them what DPW charges us. By giving a deposit, it allows us to give them the sign. Sometimes DPW doesn't always even invoice us as quickly as we would prefer. So it allows us, for a safety perspective, to give the sign out to them, and then when we get the invoice, then we can rebate them and fee that is spent of that deposit. The other request is to exempt ourselves from building permits and development fees. This will create an efficiency internally for not only building staff and perhaps municipal operations, but of course also for finance. It does not eliminate our requirement for permits.
Merci, Madame. Okay, we need a motion on the floor. Deputy Warden.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council give 7 days notice to amend policy 135, fee policy 2.1. Include a refundable deposit of $150 for private road signage applications with any unused portion of the deposit refunded to the applicant, and two, provide that.
Hold on. I think we need two different motions. Do we have that? Guess it's two different things.
Well, it's an amendment to the policy.
I don't think we have.
Okay, so we're
I
good.
think it's fine.
Keep going.
Okay, two, provide that permit, development, and administrative fees shall be waived for the municipality-owned infrastructures and facilities.
Very much. We need to do this properly. Oh, seconded by Councillor Agenbar. Okay. Do we have any comments or questions on any of these? Deputy Warden?
For the second part of it, the fees,
Mhm.
I think that makes sense. I question that a few times when I see it. Especially when I get the wonderful pleasure of seeing the transactions and it's here that I question why that, so I think that makes sense. And that's no different than the provincial or the feds, the same thing. There's no point in moving money from one hand to the other. Make it look good. And for the first part with the private road lunches. So what exactly does public works do? They just get the sign made?
They make the sign and it, is blue background.
Yeah.
With the white lettering, it's consistent.
Yeah.
So that's the big thing for us is that it's consistent signage. They are probably one of the few places that do them, so they do them up, they send them to us.
Yeah.
And then we disperse them to the property.
But they don't install them. That's responsibility of the owner.
No, it's the owner's responsibility.
They have a print shop within the Department of Public Works.
In short.
Oh, okay. I just thought it was one of these cases where we get DOT to do it and they subcontract it. Because my question was, well, can't we just do our own contract? But no, perfect.
So we just produce the sign.
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
That's to do with reflectivity.
That's right. Yeah,
So all signs have the same.
thank you for that. And any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, let's move on, merci madame. Let's move on to page 56. We have an information report from our financial analysis. Madame Emma Waterman. Madame, on our very first quarter. You're up and running.
Up and running?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. So Q1 is finished. So we have a brief on the variance report for Q1. We finished the Q a little early, so the variance report is for 2.5 months, or around 20%. In brief, revenue is looking good. We have a variance of negative 41,000. However, our heat transfer tax is coming up. So that explains that one. And on the expense side, essentially, we have not received the first quarter billing yet for the RCMP contract, which is $1.1 million. And aside from that, the majority of our costs have been later into the year, which is why it's not exactly prorated.
Okay. Merci madame. Are there any questions for the madame? Comments? We'll start with Deputy Warden.
Thank you. Of course, being on the audit committee, we got to see these ahead of time. And I just want to express my happiness. Again, that we are getting our variance report. And the whole reason why it was done early is because we don't meet in August. So just to throw that out there. So it was, yes, there's 5% missing. However, from experience with budgets, Q1 is the most unpredictable quarter because you're just rolling into it, you're wrapping up from the fourth quarter. And most people, most times you don't get invoices for 90 days. So numbers in Q1 are always all over the place. But for us, they're actually not that bad, which is really surprising for a government agency. I know federally, my Q1 reports were always a mess. So I had like 5% spent and it was just out of control. So, I just want to thank the finance department for continuing the variance reports. And, look forward to seeing what Q2 or halfway point looks like. And, yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Agenbach?
Thank you. This is more for my knowledge of how the process works. So I noticed on page 60, there's several areas where the salaries are under budgeted. So my question is this specifically to do with the prorated Q1? Or is it the whole yearly budget?
So-
Is it as per what the deputy warden just said, the Q1 is the most unpredictable, so is this the reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the majority of it, yeah,
Alright,
and
good.
we have more work usually depending on the various sectors, usually it's done more in winter time, or in the summer time, depending on the public works.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is a variance that's very involved.
That did seem never.
I was concerned about the overall budget more so than the prorated one, but that clarified. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Emma? Yes, Councillor Longmire?
Thank you, Lynn. Ms. Waterman, thank you for the review here and to the team with you in providing this report in a timely manner. It does, as Deputy Warden has said, you know, it has a great deal of meaning to us. We get to see things in living color and have confidence for not only us as council, but as well for our citizens. So thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none? Madam? You're off the hook. Okay. Let's move on to our next request for decision, which is on page 61. This will be presented to by Madame Anderson. Okay, Madame Anderson, I'm gonna give you the floor.
Warden. Move back up to Q4 and tidying up Q4 from the prior year, so 25-26. The first one is the Bear River Public Facility, the washrooms there in Bear River. The project was approved with funding from a Nicole grant for $258,000. The spending amounted to 297, so we are short funding of about 39,000. So the recommendation that staff are making is to take that from the capital reserve fund.
Okay. And the input is on the bottom amount. We need somebody to put this motion on the floor before we. Councillor Welsh?
I move that committee of the whole recommend the municipal council authorize $39,441 from the capital reserve fund to cover excess costs from the Bear River Public Facility project for 2025-26 fiscal year.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hardy. Comments or questions? Councillor Hare.
It's got a question regarding sort of the financials of the project itself, the deficit, it says in discussion, deficit largely changed largely to spring landscaping and final details of the project. I get a brief explanation of kind of what that sentence means. That's more of a question, I assume, for Public Works, but unless their CAO would know.
Okay. Is he, do you want to move it on
I
to the
would
staff
prefer
member?
to Paula for sure.
Project was complete before I shared it, so.
I can't speak to that. I just, based on the invoices that I had reviewed, they were the final invoices that came in. So the project was sort of complete before winter, and then it carried forward at $30,000 into the next budget. And then that was just to finish the final touches. There was some landscaping, some final touches that they couldn't do during the winter months. So that's what those invoices were for. I am going by invoice description, so just to give a an idea.
$40,000 for spring landscaping. I guess there must be more to it than just spring landscaping. $40,000 for spring landscaping would be significant. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Warden?
Thank you. Just on, Councilor Harris' point, it's a very common contract situation where, especially where it was finished almost before winter, because I remember being down there freezing to death, opening up, because I was getting the impression it was at the inside. But, because, anyway, but, yeah, so usually they come back in the spring to actually do the landscaping. And then we end up at that time also doing any other type of efficiency project. But we all remember from recent memory of how contracting disaster this was at the beginning, and so I'm not completely surprised that there was a cost overrun time, even though it was probably allocated in the project. I'm not surprised that the financials didn't match, because $258,000 for 2 washrooms that's a lot of money. So not really surprised, and faith moving forward that estimating it properly, and I have all the faith in our public works. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have a bigger discussion. 2 more points.
Okay. And you've learned to wear proper attire. Okay. Next, any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, page 63. Madame Anderson is going to be presenting this request for decision.
And not exactly the bearer of great news today. But we had a tax sale on March 5th. There were a couple properties that didn't sell, so council authorized the tender process to sell these properties. This one in particular, in the Keel, had a dangerous and unsightly amount, so a building was torn down and built out to the property. It didn't sell with the minimum bid, including that dangerous and unsightly amount of $13,600. So we did agree to do a lower minimum bid on the tender process, and it did sell through the tender process. So this report is just to write off the dangerous and unsightly as it is. We will not be receiving it.
Okay. Yes, please, Carson.
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council authorize the write-off of $13,600 for dangerous and unsightly charges and $95.14 for 26-27 property tax levied on land, West Alhazy Road, Lakeel, per section 38 of the Municipal Government Act.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Councillor Cranton. Yes. Do we have any comments or questions on this? Yes, Councillor?
Just so the property has been all cleaned up and there's no more building or anything on that property. It's all been taken care of.
Yes, I see yes coming from back there. Okay, any other questions? Councillor
For
Aguilar?
clarification, is this the burn shaped building that we, it's a different.
No.
Got the black hats.
Oh,
Okay, so this is the first steps, and then we'll decide about the land after. Is that it?
No,
Okay,
we just need to write off the difference.
we'll write it
It's
up.
been told, 3
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
no.
Seeing none, All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Thank you. Oh, Madam Anderson is busy today. She's doing the next one as well. Bear River Water System. Yeah, Madam?
So the Bear River Water System is up and running now. So initially approved in the 23-24 capital budget for 3.4 million. To be funded by, we had 3 grants: Provincial Capital Assistance Program, the Municipal Capital Growth Program, and the Sustainable Services Growth Fund. Those grants never amounted to the $3.4 million. Specifically the Sustainable Services Growth Fund, this was to be the municipal portion. The MCGP grant paid for up to 50% or up to the $1.704 million. So we were short there, despite the SSGF grant making an additional $106,000 in interest for the duration of the project. The spending did end up slightly greater than 3.4 million at 3.475, with an unfunded portion of about 675,000 for the water system itself. And then there was repaving of one of the roads that was damaged or ripped up during this process. There was an agreement to pay for 50% of Pleasant Street. That was a J-class road, so 50% funded by the province. So our portion ended up being almost 181,000. I believe municipal roads budget was used for that, which is our CCPF or our gas tax funding. But Pleasant Street is in the municipality of Digby, so we can't use our gas tax to fund that project. So that is wrapped up in the total cost in the end of $855,763. We also cannot debt finance it, so the application to the I was getting it wrong. So the Regulatory and Appeals Board. We cannot debt finance it. That would have had to be arranged at the time of the start of the project with the initial application, because the debt financing would have to be supported by the rates, and there would have likely been some sort of affordability model or something that the appeals board would have looked at. So that is unfortunately not an option at this time. So we have recommended our operating reserve, as it's about the only reserve that could sustain something like this.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation. And need to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Welch?
I move that committee of the whole recommend that the municipal council authorize $855,763 from the operating reserve to fund the completion of the Bear River Water System capital project.
Seconder? Councillor Hardy? Okay, here we go with questions and comments. We will start with the deputy warden, then we do Councillor Wells, then I saw, and nobody, Longmire. Anybody else? Okay. Deputy warden.
So, with this, I have so many questions. But unfortunately, the person I want to ask a question to is no longer here. So it might be difficult to get some answers. So I was on previous council when we decided to do this. And I think it's great. Bear Rivers needed water forever. I'm not saying the project itself wasn't needed. It's just from our perspective and our approach, a lot of homework wasn't done before we did certain things. So it started out, one project was completely underestimated. So when we estimated it and went to ask for money, we didn't ask for enough money. Because I think we wanted the number to be a certain place. I think we went with that number. And with this project, there was just so many issues that came up. And a lot of handshake agreements were made. That didn't come back here. And some of the information that we were given. And I remember asking the question of using gas tax in a different county. I remember asking that question. And the answer that we were given was, that's all.
Yeah.
So because we're the one that's doing the project, we have an agreement with the landowners that are on that side. We had somewhat of agreement with the municipality of Digby, but clearly we didn't. So I continue to have a lot of questions. Also, some of the information provided to us wasn't always the most factual. You know, that's why in the previous one I mentioned about that building, because building on the waterfront isn't how it was sold to us. But I think it's great that we have washrooms and waters and all down there. I'm just really disappointed with how this came out. And being on the last council that approved it, you know, makes me feel responsible. But at the same time, that we're coming to learn a lot of stuff that comes now, that we made the best decisions with the information that was provided at the time. If information wasn't provided, then it's hard to make that decision if you're pointed in this direction. Lessons learned, and we've made some major changes internally and things I feel are a lot better. But I'm just very disappointed because this is ultimately affecting the general tax pocketbook of the whole county. And because it's a new water system or extension or what have you, it's limited on what we can under the UARB, whatever it's called, to do certain things. So yes, we have a fair amount of dollars in our operating reserve. But that's meant to carry us over a bunch of bad years or a bunch of different things we need to do. And I just wish that we would have been, could have, would have. But I just wanted to express disappointment. And it's not at anyone that's here because no one was here then. So unfortunately, this is something I feel we're just gonna have to do. But I'm not gonna like it. I don't like it. And hopefully we do better in the future. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Welsh.
I have a list of questions here as well, but,
Here we go. Okay.
well, there's nobody in the room that can answer them.
Try.
You can try, maybe if you don't.
No, I won't repeat what the deputy warden has said already. I have questions that can't be answered. I'll leave that portion where it is. I would like to make a comment that the Bear River water system has probably been one of the most significant investments that the community has seen in decades. It's providing that reliable municipal. I was the president of the Hillsborough Water Society for 15 years. I was the guy digging in the ditches at 2 a.m. trying to fix the problem. I wasn't even on the system. I just knew how to fix it. So I am personally very thankful that I no longer have to do that. I am also so thankful that this community has a reliable municipal water system in it now. It's going to support future housing in the community. It's already supporting business growth. I've already seen that and happening in real time in the community. It's improving public health And it's gonna strengthen the long-term economic development of that community. So I am so appreciative of that. Without getting my questions fully answered, so.
Thank you, Councillor Longmire.
Thank you, Warden. So I will repeat a couple of things that the deputy warden hit on. You know, we did need to follow through with this project. It has been way too long on the docket and postponed, and unnecessary. So although I'm disappointed and it's unfortunate that the circumstances now are here before us, the project is complete. And we will be successful in bringing in more businesses and such. Could we have been kept better in the loop? Absolutely, and I think we've learned a lot through that whole process. And it's not any particular department. Sometimes, you know, as we're made aware, we have to trust staff, and that is our responsibility to trust the staff and the guidance to our CAO. So it's unfortunate that we don't have the persons here today to answer to some of these details, but it's long gone. There's going to be hiccups along the way, and we need to move past this and reconcile it. And unfortunately, it does mean that it could hurt us elsewhere, and what other projects will, you know, be hurt because of this financially, I don't know. I think of one, and I know it probably wouldn't come in on this amount of money, or would this even be part of, but I think about Granville Street in Bridgetown. You know, I don't wanna see us be able to, so I'll stay on point, but no, I still need to say that because you know, I as a citizen, you know, this money does reflect money from the people's pocket, and we have an obligation and responsibility to account for it accordingly. So having all the details when a big project like this is undertaken, we need to know all along the way, I really feel, when things go off the rails, and we need to come back and find that path. Yeah, and then we can have confidence for our citizens and as well confidence around the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Warren. I certainly understand frustration that, you know, we have a project that was here before that didn't go make the us were elected to. There's not a lot we can do about that at this point, except move forward. And what we're trying to do now, the whole executive, which is working very well together, is to bring forth all this information to you so that you have those decisions. I will say that, you know, we can't just point the finger at everybody else, because, you know, it is council that approves things, and to the deputy warden's comment, you approve it based on the information that you receive. If you don't have the information, you gotta ask, right? And if you still don't get the information, and I'm the one that's probably gonna ask you to do these things, you shouldn't approve things. So just moving forward as we go through projects, you know, if you're not getting the information that you need to make a fully aware decision, then that's the job of council. That's why there's a council, so that we can come to you and say, listen, here's the information that we have. If you don't feel comfortable, then obviously the project shouldn't proceed. In this case, the project was approved. It was, you know, and, you know, in my discussion with the warden and deputy, like, it's fairly clear in there that this was the cost, but we hadn't budgeted everything. That, you know, even some of the changes that we've made to budgeting now with our project sheets that show this is the cost and where all of the money's coming from. That would be pretty clear to you as a council to say, well, we're saying it's a $3 million project, but I only see $2 million of funding. Where's the other million coming from, you know? So I would say this, you know, we can't dwell on the past. You know, all we can do is try and right everything we possibly can and move forward. So I just wanted that.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Connell, Councillor Cranton, Councillor Agambar, please stay on the topic of the motion.
We have many projects come forth year after year. This project was on the docket when I first came on council. There was different avenues we looked at. When we revamped the Cornwallis water, we thought about diverting water from Lake Key down. There's all kinds of thoughts. everything kept throwing back on the back burner. There's one reason why we've got to make sure we put money into reserves.
Oh, 100%.
Because we got projects coming that are could be delayed because we haven't got the funding, then that's life. This project was a needed project. I can drive over a lot of bumpy roads. But if Bear River didn't have water, it's an essential. That was one of the most important projects we've done since I've been on council, that needed. We do a lot of projects that's life. And pleased it's done. Am I pleased that there's an overrun? No. But in every project that's brought to this council should have a dollar figure on overrun.
It's a percentage.
Represent, because the fact is that when a project's delayed by a year, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, the cost has gone phenomenal. So if you still think of a project at the cost that was given to us, the presentation and the cost today, it's not represented well on the dollar figure. So I think we have to do a better job at preparing ourselves, and when a project starts, we get it done. We don't keep delaying it and delaying it and delaying it. And I know we had a lot of issues in Bear River with operators and equipment and stuff like that that was confusing. And we tried to hire locally, we tried to be fair and all that stuff. But I think that for the bang for the buck, we have to be prepared for projects in the future. And completing them as fast as possible, because the more you delay, the higher the cost.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crampton.
You, my company's financial related, and it's really just clarifying and making sure I understood what you already said. So on the 675 deficit for the Bear River portion of the water, so excluding the road, I think I heard you say the total expenditures 3.475. What did you say was the original budget for the expenditures? 3.4. So the overrun on expenditures is 75,000. And so the total deficit 675, if I read your report or interpret your report correctly, the 600,000, that's, am I correct in interpreting that as our portion of the 50% of the municipal growth program?
It's that the funding wasn't the total of 3.4 in the beginning. So that it was the almost 2.7 million in funding. So yes, there was a $75,000 cost overrun and approximately 600,000 short on the funding.
It wasn't budgeted at all.
Thank you. And Councillor Hagenbach.
I'll be brief. So as stated by Councillor Welch, the investment was absolutely reiterated around the table here. Albeit the negative circumstances as to how we got there. Our job as this council is to make the mill was spilt, gone, and we have no choice but to move forward. And as Councillor Donald stated, I'll just reiterate the fact that we need to put these reserves in place every single year, which was brought up in our previous strategy discussions a couple of months ago. And that's just what we can do as a council. We can just move forward and get it done.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, I'd like to say, being sitting here when it first started with Councillor I'm happy it's completed. I'm not happy it's overrun, but I'm just happy it's completed because it was well deserved. So, let's move on. Anybody else? All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Thank you very much. Let's move on to page 85, and Madame Anderson will give us more information on the Hillside Drive.
Good morning. So like not unsimilar to Hillside project kind of started in 2016. At that point, it was about a $300,000 project. And it was to be funded by grant funding as well as the residents that requested the water system extension. There were some agreements, they were partially signed back at that point, and it was about 102,000 that they were responsible for. There were a few scope changes over the years, significant increase in cost of the project as well, with the 24-25 capital budget having about $1.3 million for Hillside. It did come in under budget, which is good. We did receive ISIP grant, so an infrastructure grant for about $289,000. Unfortunately, the residents were advised that they weren't required to pay for the portion. And without fully executed agreements, we don't have a lot of recourse on that. As well, same kind of scenario when the water system was extended and requested by the residents and not something that the county has said we are doing this and kind of imposing on the residents. Financing is not, the debt financing across the full water utility is not an option. As it was a request by the residents on the site. That is a brief summary of the Hillside Drive, and recommending the operational reserve as well due to the deficiency of funding.
Okay, we need somebody to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Harding.
I move that committee of the whole recommend the municipal council authorize $464,607 from the operating reserve to fund the completion of the Hillside Drive water system capital project.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Cranton. Okay, questions, comments, and this is one of those projects that started in 2016 and 26. Good morning.
Copy paste.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk.
And then keep short.
Yeah, so copy paste, I'm not gonna repeat again. I don't wanna say we need to do better. We do, but we are.
Yes.
Doing better, so. Unfortunately, I wasn't here in 2016. But I remember us actually getting ready to do this, and again, water is a necessity. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But I'm really concerned about our capital reserves. Because just in the past couple minutes, we've taken over $1 million out of reserve. That's a large chunk. And since I've been on council since 2023, I don't remember spending that much money out of reserve. So just want to say that makes me nervous, but we've been very fortunate in the past 2 years that we've been able to put money into the reserve. But that's why we have the reserve. We need to continue to put money in that. And I think the discussions we had during budget was extremely well, and conversation around wants versus needs. Water is a need, not really a want. But in this case, it was kind of both, but water is a need. So I'm not happy about it. It is what it is. There's nothing we can change. But we already are making successful changes moving forward. So,
Perfect. Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Hill.
I guess this one is a little more of a knot in my gut than the last one, just simply because this was directly requested by the residents of Hillside Drive. But I guess I won't go on about what is won't go on about the history of it, just looking at this motion and the past motion, when we're looking forwards, definitely reiterate. Not only we need to start breaking out different reserves with the potential of different projects, but also the accompanying area rate study, we're also having going forward to fund the reserves, which is all that to be kept in mind in regards to not necessarily directly this, but other projects going forward as well. Be with that.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, you'll be second turn talking, and then it'll be Councilor Connell.
Let me just very quick question.
And Brandon. And Welsh. I almost slipped there. Question?
I forgot to run my copy and paste. How many residents are on Hillside Drive on this project or the? You know,
6 maybe.
16, okay.
16?
That's all.
16, what's the answer?
16.
Okay. Okay, Councilor Connell?
The scope of this project changed from 2016 to when we actually did it. It was 2016, all it was running line across the field to the existing pump house that was in Hillside Drive. I thought there was only 6 houses up on Hillside.
All the houses go up both sides of the ramp both that and the house up the 201.
Yeah, the second scope included those, but the first scope only included the cul-de-sac at Hillside, because they had an existing pipe that ran up and that they didn't have the volume. So all the plan was, that was the 395,000 was only to replace that pipe to give them this water. But the scope of the project changed dramatically. That's why the cost of the so.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Brandon?
I'll just, agree with what the concerns that was said and also agree with the benefits of this project. And lesson learned for budgeting forward. Kind of sounds like it's another strain on the reserves, but it kind of sounds like from listening to you, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that part of this is also from some of these costs were costs that we might have thought at the time were eligible for the long-term financing and then found out that they weren't. So just, I wanted to clarify that point as one of the points to learn for our capital budgeting to make sure we know when we're considering source of funding that we have a correct understanding of what's eligible for borrowing and what isn't. Yes, there's another strain on reserve, but it's not necessarily a result of going over budget. In fact, the budget was, I heard her say, was under budget. And we still have a strain on the reserves from not having the appropriate understanding of what was eligible for funds.
Sometimes that goes moves too. Thank you. Councilor Welsh?
I just want to offer my compliments to staff for completing these projects to financial closeout instead of leaving them unresolved. My only question is, have these assets been incorporated into the municipality's long-term asset management plan, including future replacement reserves?
Currently, no, but that is the strategy that we're working on. We haven't dove into asset management yet, but they are in our inventory, and when we do start a strategy and talk to their replenishment, their replacement costs will be considered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Agenbaum?
Thank you. Chair. So as the CAO said a few moments ago, when we're making decisions like this, we need to ask if there's a question. So I have a question. So in case I missed it, and I know it's not gonna change anything, but it says here that with the 105K to be paid for by the benefit of the users, and the users were the ones that requested it in the first place, and at some point they were told they didn't have to. So my query is, unless it was already answered and I missed it, why? Why did that happen? Is it just,
I can jump in on this one, if you may, Warren,
Yeah.
to the counselor. So, you know, when you make decisions to do that and fund a project for water or for whatever the capital improvement is for, you know, an individual group of people, you need to make sure that you have that very clear and solid with agreements. We didn't have that. Project proceeded, and now, you know, the cost went from 105 to significantly more than that again with the scope change and all that type of thing. So technically, yes, if council said, I'll go back and tell them that they have to pay for it, but the project's done, but now the amount is at least triple, if not more, that would be awful hard to do, right? And I think there'd be a legal standpoint where they'd say, we didn't agree to that, we're not paying that.
sure,
So without those agreements in place, when you originally say, this is what we're doing, this is the amount it's gonna be, you know, build in a good contingency so that they know it's, each of them would be responsible for the 15, 20 grand, give or take a little bit. Without that, we don't have much of a leg to stand on apart from funding it.
thank you. Steve.
Not something we would wanna do in the future.
Thank you, thank you. I wasn't intending to throw anybody under the bus, I was just want clarification. Because we're the ones that have to make the decisions go forward.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Conlon?
But again, I think at the time, it was the only people on the power side that was talked to about paying their part. When the project went from this size to this size, nobody else was asked.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, any other comments? Nobody word?
Sorry, I know it's the third
Okay.
round. No. It's not too late, not. Just for clarity. So I remember that a document where residents had to sign, every single person had a copy to do something. Is that related to this project? Was that part of it? Where it's everyone on that street had to sign and agree to move into our water system? This was only, I think, on this council. Is that part of that project? I know I'm not explaining it right, because I'm looking for clarification, because I can't remember. And it wasn't with our current director. And I remember there being more than 6 people on that signature page, because we had to approve and accept it. Now, I don't remember when and what council did, but I just wondered if that still exists, if it helps our case any, but since no one was here, I guess I would follow.
All you.
Was that was, okay, I just couldn't remember if it was part of this project or a separate thing.
It's for review, or we can certainly look to see, but I suspect that might have been more about them coming on to the system, not necessarily what they would be funding.
I do remember those pages of signing names, but I don't know where in this process it was. At the beginning, in the middle, at the end, I have no idea.
Just a random thought.
So if you remember that cuts down the years. Longmire?
Yes, thank you, Warden. You know, I get a bit frustrated on certain things, especially when I hear the word spoke. Some agreements were signed, some weren't, they were handshakes, things like this. You know, when we are given a package to understand the information, and we've gone in this particular, from 2016 to 2024, when the work was started, right? Too much time, change of councils, although we're council regardless, whether we start in 2016 or 210. We can't always know what we don't know. How do we know to ask the questions that if the project changes or the scope of the project's changing and if it's not brought to us, how do we know to go ask, has there been any changes? It would be the department's responsibility, and I think we've done so much better, and I think we're gonna improve upon it again because of situations like this. No one will debate the fact that the water is necessary. It's just the processes that sometimes pivot away from us as council. And yes, we raise our hands for a particular, but then unless we are brought back generous information, we can't necessarily know the questions to ask. That's a dilemma for me.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Can you respond?
Coordinate through you to Councillor, so very good point. I would say, you know, one of the main mechanisms that council is responsible for is approving the budget. And that includes all the capital projects. So, you know, in an example of this project, again, when it was discussed in 2016, I mean, we're 10 years later, that gets carried forward and carried forward and carried forward. That's your time to say, why is this continued to be carried forward? And has the budget changed, right? And if the scope changed, we need new estimates. Where's the funding coming from? Like, those are questions that we should be asked as staff to make sure that everybody is asking all the appropriate questions to say, all right, how are we funding this? Do we have the money in reserves? You know, is there other government funding that you've looked at? All that type of thing. Especially when projects drag on, which is why, you know, we're trying to, if council approves projects, we're doing our best to make sure that they're done in the year that, or, you know, some of them are multi-year, but as we possibly can. Because you do run into issues when projects drag on. Even, you know, estimates change dramatically, costs go up crazy, like it's all those things. So
And essentially COVID, right?
absolutely.
There was an example.
Absolutely.
That was,
But again, like it's some of those main mechanisms, budget being the biggest one of the biggest ones. The council is, you know, we don't do anything unless it's approved in the council in the budget. So that's where council can really jump in and say, don't feel comfortable with this, or we need more information, or whatever.
Thank you for that.
perfect, thank you. Okay. Questions are done, comments are done, here we go. On the motion. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, we are on page 88. Madam Anderson, merci. After all that, we're changing. We have a request for decision, and it is being presented by our deputy GAO. There. Why did you answer?
Doesn't have a French accent.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you can call me by my main name, Devo, that would be great.
Oh.
I could work with that tonight, and then I'm sure.
Here to review the strategic plan 2026-29. So this plan is a bit of a reimagining from the plan that wasn't quite finished the last one. I think it was supposed to cover into 2027, but with the new CEO, many new staff, council having just had an election 4 years ago, had been out on the streets at the doors, not the residents, decided we needed a refresh. And to really get more specific about the strategies and what you want to prioritize. So just before we dive into what you want to do in the future, let's talk about some of the successes from the past plan. So there's a big list here. You introduced an MPS and an LUB, secondary planning strategies. You've invested in water systems that we've just been talking about today. We've introduced demographic property data supports for developers to encourage growth. A community facility generator program to build resiliency. We've streamlined some grant funding with the community leverage grant funding program, and you know more work to do there. We've got an anti-poverty working group, a community plan will come soon. We've launched an emergency alert system,
We strengthened and rebuilt our relationships with neighboring municipalities and shared services partners, which I think is, you know, one little bullet point on here, but it actually has a massive impact on our organization and our ability to serve our residents in a strong way. We've established a satellite office in Milton, and again, as discussed, we are improving our have improved to continue to improve our financial. So this has all been done in conjunction with the actual operating day-to-day that we do and the significant amount of work that is required. You can build a house, but you have to make sure you have a plan to maintain it and clean it before you build the next house, and you get to be with that maintaining and cleaning. So we want to continue to focus on that work. The 5 strategic priority areas that have been identified: fiscal responsibility, infrastructure planning, investment, new development and quality of life, governance and community engagement, and community safety. So this council had 2 open sessions to talk about past priorities, current priorities, things you want to do. These are where we believe that it's coalesced into 5 oversight. So I'm going to go through them one by one. Establishing long-term sustainable financial policies. These policies that focus on reserves to safeguard our long-term community health. We've seen lots of comments about that this morning. Execute a comprehensive area rate study, so this area giving you a framework with which you can make decisions. And we need to modernize our financial management system. So we are currently in a transition moving from SAP, which is no longer supported by the province, to TownSuite. So we may have additional opportunities to look at other modules in the future once we've gone in that way, but for this plan, these are the 3 areas of fiscal responsibility that we're going to focus on. Infrastructure investment. So literally, Councilor Welch had just discussed, we want to establish an asset management framework so that we can make sure that we are, when we put in place infrastructure, we have a plan to pay for it and prioritize repair and replacement eventually. So we will be looking at municipal facilities, wastewater infrastructure first. We're looking to target strategic infrastructure investments, so making sure that when we pick capital projects, it's for new infrastructure or investments in the current infrastructure that supports economic growth and unlocks life development. We want to leverage the municipal property inventory, is on the agenda today, where we sell surplus municipal land for potential development, including the former Upper Common Scheme Park site, which has an RFP closing on September 1st. And then target the expansion of local housing by creating that sustainable tax rate. And another strategic priority is to explore potable water solutions. So investigating ways that we can support water issues in our community, which may include lending programs, community wells, other solutions. That will come to you for a decision at some point. This is a big one: future development and quality of life. It touches residents very directly in a way that's a little easier for them to see sometimes than what's under. So updating and developing recreation plans, active transportation plan, recreation strategy, facility standards plan, and today you saw the active living strategy. And as you saw from that strategy, a strategy is one thing, but there is a lot of work that goes in, and they say you've approved this, now we have to execute. Develop a tourism and marketing strategy. So that's a multi-year strategy that we'll get working on when the new economic development officer starts. That tourism marketing strategy, Laura's working on the next one, economic development strategies, when the new deal starts, we'll be working on that. Then there's 2 plans that we have that we need to, they've been approved by council and we have to execute on them. That's the EDI plan and the accessibility action plan. Finally, is supporting the anti-poverty inclusion initiative. I believe our strategic initiative coordinator plans to come to council at some point in the near future with a very targeted action plan for your report. Governance and community engagement. We're looking to strengthen our governance framework. That means reviewing and updating policies, bylaws, and standard operating procedures, wanting to make sure that we are not only following best practices in governance, but we also are building a foundation for future employees to look at and review and do things consistently. We want to be transparent, accountable, and obviously legally compliant. We're looking to modernize workflows, so investing in IT, training, process improvements, making sure we can do things more efficiently and work better together as a team. And then enhanced administrative services, so looking at exploring and implementing solutions that will simplify how residents interact with us, residents and businesses. And then deploying the 2026-2028 communication strategy that this council has approved. Building public trust and engagement by implementing that strategy. You're seeing that in action already with the community and the council and community meetings that are going very well. We're looking forward to getting back to that. Finally, community safety, working to enhance neighborhood property standards by investigating ways to more thoroughly enforce that bylaw. Supporting public safety by working closely with New York Safety to look at ways that we can improve public safety and criminal enforcement. Potentially looking at programs like Neighborhood Watch. We're investing in staff emergency response readiness, organizing and delivering that specialized first response training for all county staff. We take the lessons that we learned from last year plus best practice across the province and Canada really. We have to engage in the provincial fire service modernization. The province is going to require us to participate in this if we want to. So we're going to be looking at regional fire protection service reviews, making sure that everyone is aligned on the same page. And finally, launching the 2026 corporate climate action plan. So we'll be beginning to implement those initiatives that have been approved in that plan. So implementation and reporting. It's obviously extremely important that we make sure we take this strategy and we make it live for staff and live for you as counselors. So every department will be creating annual work plans that align with those 5 priority areas that are in this plan. When we look at our council agendas, every request for decision coming forward brought to council will have a dedicated section that says, where does this lie in the strategic priority area? It's important. Obviously, again, many things are operational, so they won't have a direct tie to the strategic priorities, but a lot of things that come before decision will. There'll be a budget, so that annual capital and operational budget process will weigh project proposals against their ability to advance these strategic priorities. And finally, reporting frequency to council, CAO will provide an annual strategic plan report card to council at the end of each fiscal year that will evaluate how well we achieved the goals of the Any questions?
We're gonna have to put some courage. Big plus, all right. Before we go anywhere, we need to put the motion on the floor. What I'd like to say, I looked at those bullet points, 10 of them that had been completed, and honestly, I went very good. And then we changed council to Midwest. So there you go. Yeah. I need a motion on the floor. That's what I need. Councillor Ochsner.
I move the committee of the whole recommend that municipal council adopt the 2026 to 2029 strategic plan as written.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Councillor Parson Sullivan. Sometimes I have it to think of. Sorry.
It's all good.
Okay, questions and answers. We will, or comments. We will start with Councillor Agambar, because, and Councillor Welsh. And anybody else? No? Oh, Deputy Warden. That's what I do. Okay, Councillor Agambar.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. It's very good, very informative. I have 2 questions. One is on page 93 in respect to the infrastructure investment. So number 2C, leverage the municipality property inventory self-service. So a month or so ago, some of us attended a presentation at King's Theater regarding this very, in terms of how municipally owned properties can benefit certain projects such as affordable housing. So I just want to put that out there that we continue to consider that sort of function when we look at doing that project. So I wanted to go on record as to saying that's a priority that we might want to consider. And the second one is on the community safety. And it's a query from myself, 5A, enhancing neighborhood property standards, investigating ways to more thoroughly enforce dangers and sightly premises. This is page 96, I'm sorry, page 96. Investigate ways to more thoroughly enforce dangerous and slightly situations. And that's a topic that's near and dear to me, because I have several that I'm concerned to vote in. I'm also concerned about the process, which I made some people staff aware of that. So my question is, when will we see some progress on where we're going with that? I thought I saw it somewhere along the line that it might be coming up, so.
Yeah, through the chair, we do have a presentation at next week's council meeting for our enforcement manager on with the whole oversight overview of the review process. How it works, who can report, and then as well as that, have our report as well. So that's a start, but we have to look at it more conversations around how we can type things out of that.
Yeah, that's the whole issue, is the reporting and,
For sure.
you know, the catalyst to get the process going.
Yeah.
Because that is an issue that I have, and I'm sure everybody else has as well, so thank you for that. So next week.
Excellent.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you so much for this strategic plan. Probably a lot of these plans come as a long wish list of unaccomplishable goals. So I'm glad I'm keeping it at a nice manageable type level. I just have one question. And that's does the staff believe that the current staffing complement is sufficient to deliver these priorities identified in the strategic plan? Or will additional resources likely be required over time?
I'm gonna direct that one to the CAO for you.
You're in the hot seat.
Through you, Warden, to the counselor, I mean, I would say probably not. But again, I mean, there's things that we have to figure out as we go, and if we don't have the resources for certain things, I mean, that's a discussion again, come budget time, that we need to say, we need to add a position, or we need to kind of review all of our list and say, there's something that we can't accomplish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Warden, go ahead.
I really appreciate the fact that it's less than a handful of weeks today. Because far too many times, organizations and even our last strategic plan was just way too big and far into the weeds. And when you're that far in the weeds, you can't even see where you're going. And no one reads it. So the fact that this is very precise on what we're doing. It's at the 5,000 foot level type thing, 50,000 foot level. I appreciate that. And I do think that it really encompasses what we talked about during those two planning working group sessions we had of where our real thoughts are, where the municipality should be heading in the future, what people are asking for. And these are all truly obtainable stuff. Yes, some's gonna be more expensive, some's gonna cost more work for more staff, but I don't really see anything on here that is something that we potentially can achieve. Because far too many times we put things on there that we know damn well that we can't obtain. So there's no point putting something in there to have a plan that you can't reach to say, yeah, we did it. So the fact that there's stuff in here that's because we have phenomenal residents. We have more things to do in this county than many others. And that's why I'm hoping for drawing almost all the new people that are being coached to Greenwood. I want them to come here. Which goes in line with our supportive growth strategy and the work that we've done with our secondary plans. So kudos to that. The last question I have is, where in the county was that picture taken?
I was
Because
looking at.
I can't place it. There was a couple places I thought it was.
I took that photo outside of Middleton on a rail trail.
I thought, okay.
I was just focused on the loopers.
Okay. That's a lot. That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, there are no more. I was wrong.
Did you have one? I think we went up the same.
I was wrong. Counselor Longmire,
Okay.
Counselor Oxner, Counselor Hare. Counselor Longmire.
Yes, thank you. So just really quickly, you know, as we make this a more normal conversation in our meetings, people will begin to follow the strategic plan with us and see the work happening and be proud as well of their voices showcasing and sharing their desires and wishes and wants along the way. So would it be practical or will it be a normal part of our agenda each month that we get a report card, or like at least a brief update on where we are, or plans in the future to consider?
I would say, do you wanna take that from?
Sure, I'll jump in. So again, we have to be, there's a balance of, you know, spending so much time just reporting and doing it. So, but because we will be including it in every one of the requests for decisions, I mean,
Right.
certain ones you'll be able to very clearly see this request for decision relates to this point of the strategic plan. And then, you know, we do say, as Sarah mentioned, like we'll do an annual review to let you know where we are. You know, there's possibility, I just don't want to commit that we can do it more frequently, but because it is time consuming to kind of pull everything together. But at minimum, you'll see an annual report. Again, great time to ask questions as to why we have done some things or not done some things. The other thing being is that with this being, you know, over 3 years, there's some things that we aren't gonna touch for a couple of years too, so that's important to keep in mind. I mean, certain things we might be working on, but you won't see a lot of action. So again, minimum of a yearly report, and you'll also see them, information on the request for decisions that come to you.
Perfect, thank you for that.
There, right there, we have some in our package today. Okay, who's next? You done? You done?
I'm done, thank you.
Counselor Oxner?
I think this is a wonderful example of a strategic plan. It's clear, it's concise, and overall achievable. My only concern, and it's on page 96, 5B, to support public safety. We may be setting ourselves up for failure. We have a great relationship with the RCMP, but their hands are being tied. Of the judicial system as far as enforcing, and I think of the theft that we're seeing around the county that has exploded. The way this is worded, I don't know if we can achieve that because it's not in our realm to achieve that. We've already got the great relationship with the RCMP, but they're struggling as well.
Yeah, they worded this one very carefully, as a support, we are supporting roles, the direction role. We have a PAC's advisory board meeting this coming Thursday. We're gonna start having conversations with them about how we can meet this objective. Yeah, but it is very much led by the RC.
And their hands are tied. So, thank you.
Okay, who was next?
Me?
Yes. Remember. Yes, it's you.
It seemed very frivolous, but we did have a thing on invasive species in this council chambers. I don't think it holds well to invasive species awareness.
That's
But it's everywhere this year.
that's why I said that's on the lineup. There you go, you got it.
I just don't think it holds well to basic species awareness for a strategic plan will have.
I can certainly, we can certainly change that. I learned something new today, that I was not aware of because we're stuck in a basic because they really are everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You're the only one that picked it up when I said I was looking at it.
Yeah. Someone told me they were poisonous years ago, and I think that's.
Poisonous, I've
I've
never
heard
heard
that
that.
recently too, to certain animals. They're poisonous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Just don't need. Look that good.
Okay, no more questions on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, merci beaucoup, madame. Okay. She didn't get it. The vote. Okay, the vote. Oh, Mr. Preston. Yeah. Mr. Donald, it's 12:05. Do you wish to try another 20 minutes, or do you wish to take a break? Okay, this is actually gonna take a long, maybe,
I think we should have a break first, because this is gonna take a while.
it is a long,
Get AV out.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a good time to break right there and gives you a break and gets you ready, gives you time to get ready for all the questions that are gonna be asked. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll be back by 12:15 the latest. Oh, 1:15, that's right. I thought, oh, Councilor Thompson. Good afternoon. Welcome to our second part of the Committee of the Whole for the County of Annapolis. We are on page 99. And we have a requested decision that is prepared by our CAO, Rob. So Rob, do you wish to take this over?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Good thing you didn't say there.
Don't think that was an option.
So, today we're gonna talk about a municipal land plan, and again, you will recall that we, came to, I think it was in April, to talk about, looking at, our one large, group parcels, and parcels, yeah. So again, we received direction from council for further review of properties in April. Since that time, directors and other staff have looked closely at each of the parcels. As we move through, and basically, everything's open for discussion. But some will be, we would recommend that it is surplus and that we can dispose of it. Some we feel we need to do a further investigation. We found some interesting things about some deeds that we're not sure, again, that whether we open them. And some should be retained for the time being for potential future reviews. So the last time we came to you, we said we own 240 pieces of property. We're going the now we own 216 because we added the one on First Street, we added the Monroe Lane property, which you're so, obviously we can still add land, but we've got to make sure that when we do, that it's for a particular purpose, which we're for, of course. So today what I'm going to do is walk through the properties, identify in more detail, and provide those recommendations to the committee, which you do have so there's a number of ways to sell municipal land, and again, it's important to understand what that is and what that process looks like as we go through, because you'll see even in what we sent in the package, there's a couple of highlighted different ways. So the first thing that municipality can do is sell land at market value. So market value is always an interesting term. I've asked lots of people how they would define that. And about 100 different answers. But generally, market value is what someone will pay for a piece of land. So, a good test is when you go to a tax sale property or a tax sale, you put up a piece of land. And, we're putting it up for a couple $1,000s, but it gets sold for $25,000. That's the market value. That's what somebody at any given day is willing to pay for a piece. It's hard to define. There is a couple of ways that you can do it. One of which, which is not uncommon in municipalities, is they can get it assessed. And they say, this is what we think the value of the property is worth. That is one way to do it. Of course, that costs quite a bit of money to do it for every piece of land, which again, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. The other way you can do it, which is what we'll be recommending as we get through this, is that we would go to a real estate agent. We would hire a real estate agent that would do their own kind of mini assessment per se and say, this is what we think it would sell on the open market. That's, it's tricky because depending on any given day, any particular property, the right person comes along, and everybody here's probably sold property, that some days you could even have 5 or 10 grand more, and other days you wait for a year to get, even what you're asking. Or if you, the other, you can also sell land for less than market value. There's a process for that in the MGA, and it's usually done like if you were looking to divest to a nonprofit group. Happens quite often in municipalities that they own a piece of land that they want to give to a group in your community. And then there's a process. So there is you have a small public hearing and you provide notice you're going to do it. So it's just a bit more open and public in that way because you're not getting back. Sale to a budding owner, this is also in the MGA. This is a kind of unique one, and certainly there's a few on this list that I would say that would be the method that we'd have to look at. There's a couple of properties you'll see that we go through that the value of the land is really only to the neighboring owner. I think the very first one on the list is really its driveway or was a driveway. That one, you know, that's the type of thing that nobody else would be interested in buying. So what we could probably do is go to a neighboring owner, see if they're interested. To be clear on those types of property, what we would basically be looking to do is get rid of the property at no cost to us. So that someone else owns it, and then, you know, it would change their tax assessment, so the value to us is the value of the assessment down the road. So really with that, you know, sometimes it's just the cost of the sale, which might be legal costs or migrating costs or whatever it might be. We would probably go to the adjacent property and say, are you interested in this? If you are, you would have to pay the cost and then transfer the deed to you. And they're usually also like, you don't do that for large parcels of land, but you would something that you're not gonna build on, and it might be the corner left over from a subdivision or something like that. And then the last way that we have on here is sale of land attained through a parks levy. So again, as you know, we have a parks levy, and there's a number of properties that we have on this list for discussion. And, you know, we've attained a lot of parks levy properties over the years, and if we were deciding to dispose of lands that we received through parks levy, again, there's just a different process. So basically, there has to be a public notice that we're looking to divest of that, you know, at the next council meeting, that type of thing, and then that specific decision will come back to council, and you'll see one of those. Because there is one right now that we'll be recommending. We can see that, and then the rest of it. So the review of property, so on the list, there's 38 properties, again, that we've gone through in more detail. The recommendation as it is right now, and again, these are all open for discussion, but to divest of 24 properties through regular sale process. Sell 10 under the parks levy process, talk further about, and then recommendation that the other 4 need to have either further review or that we would just hang on to for now for discussion. I will note too that there's a couple of properties that I know we've talked about it, council here, that they're not on this list right now, and that's just because we need to do more work on them. Because I don't think this one over here. Yes. Like, so example, the property that's behind this building that it's co-owned with Annapolis Royal, that's not on this list. Not to say that we're not, you know, we would recommend doing something with that, but it just makes a couple of them, it's just different discussion. So with that, what I will do is walk through each of the properties. We'll do this time just relatively quickly. I know that you know, looking at this, again, we've included all of the property maps in the package. I'm not the best one to tell you where it is in the county, but that's why I have it right here. It's gonna go up and be able to tell you that. And I'm sure most of you probably know where they are better than I. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna pop that in here. Go to the lines. Okay, so the first one on the list is on Granville Street, Bridgetown. So this is the one that I had mentioned earlier, that this would be a property that we would want to discuss with probably one of the adjacent property owners, probably this owner, which I know is willing for sale. So this, you know, when it was the town, this was access to property in behind. Now, we own this piece of property above it. We own this piece of property and this piece of property, so we have access to this back piece, which is used by Public Works. Through this land as opposed to this. And if you've ever really looked at this right away, it's not significantly big to drive anything that Public Works driving to it.
Okay, we have a question? Deputy Warden?
If, I agree that in some ways makes no sense for us. to retain it, especially when there's two possible developers that own each side of it. But my only question is, if we were to sell it, could we still keep an easement? Or would that be required? Like, if you look at the other properties we have, it's quite a little slope to go down there from the parking lot in the back, for example.
So I'll speak and then Paul or Linda will correct me. I believe right now when we access that back property, we're accessing through the old town hall parking lot. So that's how we are accessing that property.
So we're not using that road at all. Okay.
It's not even a road, it's like 5 feet wide.
No, I know, it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's not, so I would say that, would we want to retain an easement? Probably not, that would be, the benefit to the other owner would be that it's pretty clear, I would say.
Well, if we're gonna, in my mind, if we're gonna ask for an easement, we might as well keep.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
So do you wanna vote on these?
We have no vote on each one of these?
I wouldn't know.
No, sorry.
So generally, so you'll see in the report, the recommendation is basically the ones that are in white on the list that you have, those are the ones that we would recommend that we sell at market value. The blue ones are the parks levy ones, and then the yellow ones are the ones that just say recommend this one. So what I think we should do is that if there's ones that you feel shouldn't be on one of these lists, then, you have that discussion, and if you want to remove it, we should remove it. As opposed to doing them individually.
Gotcha.
If that's okay with everybody. Okay. So the second one is on Jeffrey Street in Bridgetown. So again, kind of the end of Jeffrey Street. This is a large, fairly large parcel, 4.33 hectares. Some of these properties you will see, it's about access, what you can do with it and how you can do with it. But it's certainly a property, and I think this one was wet, I think someone told me.
Swamp.
Right here in this area, I guess, yeah. But the point is really, there's no benefit to us owning it. So if somebody else was interested in owning it, that maybe either could get access through, if you own this property or something, then they might have a use for it.
Is it,
Okay,
I just have a query.
okay, Agamar,
Does anybody know if that's adjacent to the property that they're talking about, where they're gonna put the solar farm?
it's the
Is
other
that
one,
immediately adjacent?
It's very near it.
yes.
Because right now, it's kind of landlocked. You're right, so the only valuable that somebody could get at.
Would you like to expand on where that property is? Is it up above the land that we're talking about?
Below.
Okay.
Below and west, yeah.
Below and west. Okay, Deputy Warden?
Mine was just a quick question around, I know that we potentially say it's landlocked, like. Isn't this
I don't think.
part of the road, like, wouldn't that block right up?
Yeah.
If I may, the challenge there is that that is an unbuilt portion of Jeffrey Street.
Okay.
And it also appears as if it's being used.
Oh. It's not really a road.
It's not wiggly white, not wiggly.
Okay,
So it's never a road.
Basically, if I may, this is the last point of anybody going in here to do anything. The rink is down here.
Okay?
The only question I have, I just want to know if that part came down meets our requirement for road. Question.
Okay. Tom, good. Counselor Connell.
But that portion of road is still owned by transportation.
Which portion?
That portion that runs to that piece of land, so in my mind, it's not landlocked. It's got a government road right to
Oh,
Makes it more valuable than.
Yep.
Actually, it might be our road, not the.
it. No,
Because we plow that road. That's
I don't hear you plowed it, not the DOT maintained it. We always maintained the back end of it, we always graded it.
I got you.
so. Let's clarify. So you're saying the bottom road where we thought was right there? You think it's owned by DOT? Or
Well, it's still parcel, that whole road system. It
Yeah.
goes actually by it, it goes on an L, when it hits that piece of property, it goes on an L to the other property.
Okay. So I guess we need.
DuPoint, aren't you?
I'm on that point, yeah. There's, I don't see a road bus, or call, counselor.
Well, it might have been there, but it's overgrown.
No road.
No, I don't say that you see a road, but I'm saying the property lines on that map shows that it's part of that road.
So would have went up to the train tracks originally.
I would say sometimes there's issues with, and we run into this, there's actually discussions on a few other properties that will come up. They know they call them Z class, I think, Counselor.
Yeah, it'd be a class non-maintained.
Right, so there's, there's lots of areas where they used to be a provincial road. I run into this in every municipality I've been in, that it's just not, Maine province still may own it, but they would tell you that it's not a road.
Until somebody has authority. You see the new road being built on,
Right.
going up through the Balkan Road, that was never maintained. Who you know.
Good for some.
Okay, so what are we doing with this one?
Linda's coming up. I knew that wouldn't take long.
Sorry. So Jeffrey Street has actually had, many facelifts since probably 1850, maybe not that long. So Jeffrey Street, yes, this two way up here was in the former town. And DOT, there was an agreement between transportation and the municipality that they would just go all the way up because once you hit the former town boundary, there were houses there and that was owned by transportation. This portion here is unbuilt. I don't know how this came to be. And it appears to me that maybe it's being encroached upon, I guess.
There's buildings.
Oh, I'm.
There are buildings? Can't really see it.
I guess they can be moved.
But yeah, it's still main, it's still owned.
Yes.
And still,
No.
if somebody buys that piece of property, they can go to the province and ask if they can use that piece of non-maintained road, and the government's gonna say, hey, you can fix it up. And use it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, that some of those things would be things that,
Buyers.
exactly, the buyer, we see this a lot, you'll see this on some of the other properties, that the property sits vacant. More often than not, the neighbor will start using that land, so, whether it's the road or even the property that we're talking about. Could be somebody using it anyways, right, so, you'll see that on a few of these supplements.
Interesting, that we used to have on
But it's not landlocked, that's what your point is.
That's my point, it's not.
Yeah.
Maybe not technically.
No. So,
Logistically, maybe, technically, probably not.
okay, perfect. Okay, we know-
Okay. On to the next. So this is Church Street in Bridgetown. This is the former property.
That's the old
Yeah, the old. So again, this is in behind that, again, it's just forestry land, I have been told that there's some trails that go down through here. Which, you know, I'm not sure how much they're used. But again, another piece of land that is in behind, not much use to us per se. Again, there might be issues about how to access some of the, some different access.
Interesting how the properties around.
Okay, is that an easement before I start going down, or what's that strip?
Yeah, what's the
Right next to it, or this one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
Cause there's a strip there and then there's a strip in front.
Yeah, there's strips.
Just wondering if someone
Galore.
actually had four sites.
Councilor Colonel, you have a question?
That was my question.
Um,
Right away to that piece of property.
You recall I said that Jeffrey Street had many facelifts? They're also calling this a four.
You're calling that what?
That whole thing.
Yeah. Yes. So, like I say, Jeffrey Street was probably configured a lot different than it is today.
So those are provincial lands, those two strips?
No, they're ours.
Two strips.
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what,
So, right.
Well,
Oh, wow.
okay, so the other thing that I would say too, and you'll see this, as we go through, there's a couple on the map, that is part of the water system, that when we talk about them, you know, we're talking about them here as individual parcels. If council said, yes, we can dispose of these, then what we will do is certainly try to keep ones that fence. So, you know, if we own that right of way, and it's big enough to be a right of way, you know, obviously we would say, are you interested in purchasing these together? No, that's,
That was my next question, so I didn't have that.
I mean, they're separate parcels, but.
any other questions? Oh, Councilor Hick, oh,
I'm wrong.
I don't think.
These are road parcels, unidentified, so, yeah. Typically, how they put those in property online is they're typically provincial roads.
so which
or
are,
municipal roads. So it would be take more research, and a lot of that stuff will come over the wash, when and if they are migrating.
okay, Councilor Harris?
I see there's two more parcels, south of that are very similar in shape and size. And they would also be considered landlocked, and I guess my question would be, is if we sell that parcel and we sell the right of way to go with that parcel. Would we potentially make landlocked land for other people? Just a thought.
Okay, Councilor Harding?
I'm sorry, you don't, no, but
No. This is confusing.
So basically you were asking who owns that piece of land? and
I wasn't
what-
necessarily trying to ask, I'm just making the point that if we sell it right away to that land, then we basically would cut off the other parcels beneath it potentially,
Depending on how it's deeded.
depending on how it's divvied up, whatever.
But it looks like the province owns those. Lands.
It's the province, okay, so you don't, so.
We have to find
You
out.
can tell us real quick.
so what I would say, again, you know, going through our entire list, which is not uncommon, you go through a big list of properties, I think you'll find a lot of things that where there's anomalies where, you know, may have been accessed a particular way. It's, you know, everywhere in the province of Nova Scotia, Canada, most of these properties started as farms, right? Which were hundreds and hundreds of acres, and then they got cut up, cut up, cut up, cut up. which always, more often than not, left a piece of land that everything else has been used around the piece. How you get to that piece of land.
From the river.
Okay, and Chris, Counselor Con.
So, up on the identified Jeffrey Street, where the white little map is at the bottom. You go up to that parcel of land, there's a narrow strip there, is that a?
Here.
Yeah,
Yeah, so with all of these, like again, we just have to. I think that, you know, our point is that if we don't have a use for it, we can dispose of it. I know that there's some questions about how we get access to some possibly. But again, some of those would be, if there's no reason for us to hang on to it, and you give us the direction, some of these things will figure out.
my fear is that if we sell a piece of land, that buyer has the right to come back to this council through the Private Ways Act and ask for you guys. Expropriate a piece of land to give them access to landlocked land. And it's through the municipality, because I've checked it out before.
So again, the other thing that we would do is that if we're selling land, we'll make sure that we've written agreements in such way that says, this is how we're selling it, anything, you know, it is type thing. So we would make sure that the legal work is done, that we're free and clear of any issues.
Okay. I just know that if you, because I went through all the getting information on it, that if you buy a piece of landlocked land, then you can go through the Private Ways Act and ask the municipality to provide a legal right of way to that landlocked land. So that leaves the municipality to go negotiate with landowners in front to purchase market value a piece of land to give it right.
But is there a requirement or you can? So I believe they can come ask council to do that, but I'm not sure that there's a requirement. We'll look into that.
Yeah, because I checked into it once, because I was looking at a piece of landlocked land, and they said, you don't go through the province, you don't go through anything, you go back to your municipality.
So I'll double check this on,
Yeah.
but I would think that it's that you can ask the municipality to do that. I'm not sure that there's a requirement. We'll double check.
I'm just gonna jump in and say, I'm pretty sure there is a requirement. I think it is legally in Nova Scotia. There's no such thing legally as landlocked land because there is a right of way. We've looked at purchasing land before and we've called Nova Scotia departments and they say, well, you can't necessarily get a right of way. You can run logging trucks all day long, but you have a legal right to access whatever piece of land in Nova Scotia
That you won't.
that you own, yes. I mean, waiting to get to it. Anyway, I don't wanna, because I know this is more of a yes
I
or
think
nay.
into other acts as well. but
Yeah.
enforce.
And I know right now we're just doing a yay or nay on each of these individual properties, so.
Okay. So number 4, on this, you'll note that on the it's highlighted in yellow one. So this is the one on Church Street. I believe this was one of the ones that we discussed about for affordable housing.
Yeah.
Just right how it started. There's this one right now, we lease it, the farmer, takes hay off of it, basically. So it keeps maintaining that way. There is some discussion or thoughts about part of this being used to access some land, because there's some issues with the way that this particular piece is set up. And then depending on affordable housing initiative, that's a different discussion as well. So at this point, we're basically just saying this one needs some further review to look at the possibilities. So as for now, we'll leave it off the list. Okay.
Question, Councillor Hare.
I was just making a comment, I guess the idea around this is if there's no use for the land, we should get rid of it, and one thing I do see with farmland. I don't know the condition of this farmland, whether it's good or bad, obviously it is being used for farmland, but I do have a lot of comments in my district, and I imagine everybody's districts, about there being a potential need in the future for land banks for farmland. Because we still allow a lot of subdividing of parcels of land throughout our county, and if we want to look forward to the future, retaining some agricultural lands that we can have a reliable land bank in the future, might be something we want to into or keep. We already have the lands, and we can lease it out, because I don't think there's any trouble finding farmer that would farm land. So I would like to see us retain and just, we can use it by leasing it to farmers at the very least, if not, this is near Bridgetown for affordable housing, I guess we just talked about it before, but.
Didn't we just say we were taking it up for this?
This one's for further use. At this point, it's not to sell.
Okay, Councillor Aguilar and Deputy Warden.
Thank you. So I had this one flag. Well, I think for today, specifically in respect to the conversation we had earlier about affordable housing. And that was a piece of the property, I believe, that we talked about at that point. I just want to reiterate again, what I was saying earlier today, in respect to, consideration of what municipal lands we dispose of, vis-a-vis maybe making them available at some point for affordable housing. Because that, to me, would be a prime example of, right? And the other issue that's happening right there as well, so if you could see that thing that looks like part of an airport underneath, that's the new Mountain View Lodge. Okay? And there's a huge problem, well, there's already been a big influx of workers that are coming to work there. So there's a big need for housing. I'm just throwing that out there. My initial query was, why is it on that? Do this, but you've already done that.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say I don't have any issue with those other Bridgetown projects. That was the main one.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you, Deputy Warden.
Yeah, so I do see the point of, Councillor Hare about the farming. But adjacent to it on the opposite side of the road is land that's also owned, one lot, I'm sure is owned by the municipality, that is being farmed, well, for hay. But this one here was actually, in the last council, we subdivided it. We gave or sold the bottom part to the new Mountains and Metals facility. And at that time, the reason we didn't sell them the whole piece of property was to subdivide that for expansion of housing, which it gets into an issue because that's getting close to the watershed and things like that. And the fact that now we've worked with the province and spent all that money to bring sewer up to that adjacent property, it makes sense to keep it. B or something, but 100% support the yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else? Okay. Next.
All right, the next one, Brickyard Road in Carlton Corner. So this is an example of property that we would like to go to an adjacent landowner. So again, Linda won't correct me, but yeah, these properties are actually accessed over the trail. Which creates access issues, but this piece of land, which again, we received through a tax sale or received through a tax sale, you know, not much good to anybody except for maybe the adjacent property owners. So again, we can do a owner and say there's something we'd like to happen to you.
Councillor Donald?
So calculation wise, how much of an acre is 0.071 acres?
Well, off the top of my head.
Pretty
I have no idea.
It's like
It's like an acre or a little bit more than an acre.
Isn't a hectare 3 point something? So you go from there.
Like 174.
1754,
Yeah, it's not like 75.
so
And then
acre and a half.
you know, when you have a small piece of land like that, it's really not good for anybody except, well, you know, and this might be one where, well, it doesn't mean from the code, but, probably trees. Whether, you know, the owner's probably, either owner's probably not using it, but this is, you know, they do some, it's, there's some sharp in here, but you can see that it's kind of an odd shape, or how they access it, but, you know, maybe they would have.
Might seem small to some people, but I would love to have these property based on 1.7 acre. Would.
Zero.
0.0.
Oh, I thought you said it's one.
I thought you said 1.
Point one.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
175.
Still like to have.
Oh.
It's less than a.
1.175.
I thought she said 1.7.
Yeah, right.
Turn my TV there.
Any other
Right.
comments? No?
The next one, so again, there's a couple of these that go together, or I would say that go together. So there's a number of them on the next 4 or 5 of them. That were all part of the water system, the previous water system and road system. That we no longer use, and there is, you know, there is some reasons for some access for parts of our potential water, and just to ensure that what we do have is not being encroached upon. But for this one, this long strip, which was obviously just an access, this strip next to it, and then this square one, so it's kind of like flag shape. Again, unclear.
Okay, Deputy Warden?
Thank you. So I didn't realize that we own these properties. Because with that, there's a road that goes up there, because there's actually a house off the grid up there. That use that road currently, and I thought it was private road, I never went up there, but, I just, a couple questions with it is, who maintains it? Do we do anything with it? It's all them, okay.
So.
Here.
One of those parcels, we gave an easement to the folks that built that house back then.
So if we sell that, will that still stay in place? It stays in place. Perfect. And the other question I have is, with never had it. Discussion around water and Clarence Road. This piece of property, these are surrounded by water users. And I'm curious about what would be in the deed. I'm assuming we would look into that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I do believe, there was language in those original discussions that land was subdivided off, or that it did not apply to the agreement that was in place. Free water.
Well, I just didn't, I couldn't remember everything that's in camera, what was it, so
Yeah, that's, I mean, that's,
yes, so, that's my only question about that is, are we potentially opening ourselves up for another? Because there is some other ones that, even though we talked about subdivide and then that, there are properties that are subdivided that continue with that agreement. And that's a nice piece of land. I was hoping that. Just up the road. That's all.
But those are like all three would go as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's that one, the next one is the long strip next to it. The next one is kind of that square piece that creates that whole flag. Okay, so then we're on number 9. So number 9, you'll see is also yellow on the sheet, so again, marked as further review. And again, with this one, there is discussion with public works, so this could be, might be something that we wanna keep because our water, some of our water stuff, infrastructure is on the property. We kind of own all of these little properties together. But there are, you know, the tanks, here's right here somewhere. So this one, again, you'll note, this is the ones we just talked about, top of the one we just talked about. This is another big chunk that's up and behind where our water, some of our water infrastructure is. So for this one, we're just saying, for now, we have to.
Could be Warden?
I just want to say that I 100% agree with. We really potentially should be keeping it, considering where it's located. And then also, if you were to sell it in some ways, kind of want to lump it in with those other ones that they have access and a road to it to get more money for it. But that is right. If something was to happen on that piece of land, it did something, whatever, it's just
Gonna go down.
right down, it goes downhill. So I would love to see us keep it, just for that reason of protecting the water shed we currently have. But I'm assuming that is 100% why it's in there. So that's all I have to say.
Councillor Hare?
Real quick, that is cliff face, isn't it?
There's a bit of an elevation there. Ken.
There is.
That's it? Okay. We're moving on.
The next one, number 10, is one that we think for the parks levy, that's in park on Highway 1. So Highway 1 outside, right? So this was acquired through a parks levy in 1997, so you'll see that there's a number of them that, you know, we acquired them a long time ago. Some people haven't really done a whole lot with them and don't have really plans to do anything with them. If we're not gonna do something with them, again, we would look for a recommendation that we would dispose of them. Now, the parks levy process is a little bit different, where you have to give notice that the council's considering the disposal of the property, so with these ones, the council gives us direction on the list today. What we would start to do is, you know, packaging a couple of these to say, you know, at the next, we have to advertise, right? So we would, at the next meeting of council, the consideration will be for the disposal of these particular properties for the what it times.
Okay. I knew this was gonna go. Councillor Hare was first. And Wells. And Trenton, and did you say your name, Hardy?
I'll read it then.
We'll put him down just in case he doesn't get his answer. Okay, go ahead.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, the lands acquired through parks levy were acquired through a subdivision bylaw. And so I guess I'll just say it now regarding all the ones that are also acquired by Parks Levy. I don't know on average, or how many we've acquired in total through Parks Levy. Do you know, do you have a rough percentage of how many we've acquired through Parks Levy that we are looking at selling? Is it about 50%?
No, it would be 50%. We've gotten a lot of these through Parks Levy.
So, and I guess my comment I'll make is, if we're just gonna sell the lands we get through Parks Levy, we have a choice, right, to either take money or the land, like we can turn down the land, right?
So, Linda, you can correct me, but yeah, I mean, it's money or land.
And if they offer land, we don't necessarily have to take the land, we can.
I don't think that there's negotiation.
There is a negotiation.
Negotiation, yeah, so I guess my comment on that is why would we acquire land to sell later, because chances are, they're probably getting the better deal. Giving us a piece of land that's probably not a value than giving us the number. I don't know, for example, the project that was done for us to acquire this piece of land, but I question if we do go to sell it, are we gonna end up better off selling that piece of land, or would we have been better off to take the cash payout instead? So I guess it's not so much a comment to, more of a comment to moving forward, acquiring land. It seems redundant to take lesser value stuff and we could just take a cash payout.
Almost 30 years.
Yeah, and again, it's just moving forward. Maybe we don't practice this.
So what I would say to that, and I basically agree with what you're saying. We need to get a bit more focused as to what we do receive. Like, of course, we need to have good consideration as to what we have for parks. And how we can use that land. And you'll see that there's a few in here that, you know, we might have been given a piece of land that, well, some of them are older than 30 years, right? So without having that plan in place, then I agree, we absolutely should be saying, if we don't have an immediate need or immediate plan to have a particular piece of land in an area to do something with, like parks, playground, whatever it is, then we should be absolutely saying financial would be better for us at this point. Good one.
Okay. That started before. Councillor Welch.
I would like to see this moved over to further discussion, just because it's got infrastructure around it. Just because it's considered surplus or unused at this point doesn't necessarily mean unvaluable to the future development of that community.
Okay. Councillor Cranton.
Really similar, but this was, I guess I have a general question and a comment specific to this, but the general question is, you had mentioned with regarding the Parks Levy one, we would have to post our intention to the public to dispose of it. And then if the community didn't want us to, like what happens if the community felt there was a public benefit? What's keeping that in just in general in these deals? Because specifically for that one, it was a ball field. There were kids that used to use it. I think sometimes they played little games of soccer there. And there used to be a ball field across the road. Kind of see the open, but that's grown up a lot. But I know that community has kind of struggled back and forth, but sometimes it's an active community, sometimes it's not an active community. But when it is an active community, that is one of the parcels of land that is used. And we spoke earlier about an active living strategy. And so I just have concerns. I'm glad Councilor Walsh said further review, because I guess I'm don't have to wrap up what I'm saying, but it did have benefit as an active living parcel several years ago. But I will agree it hasn't been used as such for a while. So I guess my thought would be if we posted it, it would be up to the community to come back and say, are you gonna use it, like, no, we wanna use it, or kind of use it or lose it kind of mindset, or?
So if I may, or just, I'll read you the section from the MGA that talks about the process, because it's important that you understand. So it's section 273, and it is in your report of the MGA. The council determines that any land transferred pursuant to this section for this section is parcel. Might no longer be needed for parks, playgrounds, or similar public purposes. The council may sell the land after notifying the owners of lots in the subdivision with respect to which the land was conveyed to the municipality. A notice published in the newspaper circulating in the municipality, and posted on the municipality website at least 14 days prior to the council meeting at which a decision to sell will be made. And the proceeds shall be used for parks, playgrounds, or similar public purposes. So that's important to point out too, which I didn't think I mentioned earlier. So if we did sell one of these lands, it doesn't go to our general coffers, it goes to the Parks Playground Reserve that we have. But it's important to note that, you know, it doesn't say that everybody has input in it. We notify the people that were involved in the subdivision, which, you know, I'm guessing were probably properties, if not a few more. So, you know, you tell those that, you know, we're thinking about selling this land, which one of them may be interested in purchasing one of them, right? So again, if this is clear and people are using it for, even if it's, you know, a yard, basically, one of these or property owners might be interested in purchasing. And again, those funds would go to fund other parks and playgrounds in the future, which would also be beneficial to the community in general and the county.
So if we posted it, this is for 14 days. And I'm not saying this would happen, but if some of us started getting feedback that that wasn't a popular decision and felt that we'd be better off to keep it, we could still vote for council votes that we keep it instead.
So again, to be clear, that is the process. So if council gives us direction that, you know, you're okay with proceeding with the disposal, then any of the ones that are in blue on these sheets, the parks levy ones, we would say, and again, we wouldn't just try and do all of them at once, that'd be a bit much, but we'd probably pick a couple, put that out to notify the owners, and basically, you know, we have to notify them before the next council meeting. And then absolutely, now in some cases, that would be a lot of people, like it's not the whole community, we would post it on our website, so the general community would see it if we want. But yeah, so then it comes to council for decision, so if council then heard from people that they didn't think it was a good idea, that would be, again, council decision.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harding?
Yeah, just so that everyone kind of knows too, like there's a backstop here, still right here. So that it's still used sometimes by kids playing. I know they actually do play a little cricket in there sometimes and baseball. And then this whole open field is used by the whole community, and this is kind of in the middle of the community here.
Yeah.
Right, there's houses all along here, the school is right here. And, you know, in the winter time, the kids sled down along here. So this spot here, and I know there's certainly some parks levy properties further on in the package that kind of maybe don't make as much sense, but this here with the backstop, the open field, the open area, this is a nice tree area that people walk through here all the time. I think I'd have to kind of agree with Councillor Welch that this one's kind of smack dab in the middle of a pretty busy community with lots of kids. And it's always nice to have a small open field in that area as well. I'm not saying that someone couldn't buy it and do something there, it's pretty good, and that could be beneficial as well. But this one here, I do see it have a little bit of a benefit, significant benefit to the kids in that particular community that maybe don't have as many spots to go. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Can I ask a question? Who owns property beside it?
This one,
And you said the school was on the other street of that.
Yeah, across the road there and up a little bit.
So who owns that property? We don't own that. Isn't that
one
property?
moment to the wizard back there. will
Okay, let's
Well,
continue.
directly across on the other side is owned by the hospice.
That's what I was wondering.
But that one down there. The wizard.
That piece there is that.
Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Warden, you have, it's your turn.
So while we're waiting for the wizard,
Mhm.
I agree that we should take this one off for various reasons that were already expressed. But there's more than just one, it's already being used. I do see people use it. I used to spend a lot of time in that area. And that community has lost a lot of areas that they would have had access to for openness from when properties were sold from ABCC to private enterprise. The other thing I see here is if we were to put that on the market, we're really flooding the market with properties for development that really it would take a long time to sell it, and if we sold it, we could probably get pennies for it versus what we would keep to potentially in the future. If these developers that purchase the lands do something and we see an influx, this would be a good place for us to potentially put in a community park, like a real park for that community that we could use the money from other places. There's a bunch of property on here that is listed as parkland. Because most times, the older ones, you would get them during the subdivide because they're the properties that are worth the least amount of money to the developer. And some of this is also in this area. We would probably got this from ABCC back in the day when they wanted to do something else after the base closed. But I think that we should take this off the list because we potentially could do something with it. And it's not like it's a green land as in it's never been developed. We wouldn't have to put a lot into it. It's already a field that I'm 100% sure we're mowing. So I don't really see the value of selling this one.
Okay, thank you.
Hospice owns this.
Yeah.
Hospice owns that.
Oh, that's what I.
I couldn't remember who, so that even adds more. Because if this hospice ever comes. And the longer it goes on, the less and less I have faith in that. If there's a hospice care, then having something nice in the background makes sense.
Yeah.
I would like to see this taken off.
Do we agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't heard anything with some of the parks, lovely ones on there, so.
I hear you. Okay, we're moving on.
Okay, number 11. Highway 10, the Howley. This was what's called the Old Joe Simon landfill.
Okay, well,
How much time do you have, Rob?
Hair, make it 2 minutes. Connell. Deputy Warden, Angelo, anybody else? Okay.
We all might have the same.
Michael,
Certainly.
I'm just wondering if we do an ASA on this property. If so, does that trigger multiple ESAs to just before we sell it? And the cost associated with that could run us tens of thousands.
Yeah, so
And
again,
the other ones in the parcel.
we wouldn't dispose of property unless we were confident that we could dispose of the property in every way. Now, there has followed you, is this one the one we talked about?
I'm trying to remember just the one.
So we have reached out to Environment on a couple of these. And there's one that we've taken off the list because it's not the latest. Because there could be other issues, but I believe this one, we were kind of like we've done all the testing that needed to happen up to this point, and at that point, you know, environment would say.
There's no garbage ever buried there. There's ashes on.
Really?
Okay. This was trenches dug and filled with ashes and backfill.
What was the other thing?
The ash came from the incinerator.
Okay. So you'd still have to do a phase one. Possibly. The environment wouldn't necessarily trigger it, but just.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily,
Okay.
as long as they didn't disturb where it was.
Okay, Kendra here?
So the comment I wanna make on a few of these properties on the list, it's, we have farms and forestry, and now we're looking at forestry here. I'm not familiar with this piece of property, whether or not there's any sort of good forestry on it. But what I would like to see done with, I think there's another 3 or 4 parcels on here of notable size, because there is small forestry parcels that are only a couple acres. Yeah, okay, we can do something with them, but this is 15 hectares, 37 acres. I know there's forestry guys all through our county looking for work, looking for jobs, looking to support our local economy. And it just seems to me that we were looking into our own forestry initiatives municipally. We had a presentation from, forget, slipping my mind, the one we deal with, who was already looking after Gravewood. Western Woodlock Co-op, we're part of the Western Woodlock Co-op. I'm not saying that we absolutely couldn't sell it, but I am saying, why don't we're looking for a use for these properties. Why don't we utilize the service that we're with, the Western Woodlock Co-op, and have them look at the 4 parcels of notable size and tell us if they're worth keeping and putting under our own forestry management, because chances are somebody might buy that anyway and do forestry on it, but if I don't know the property.
I'll put my hand up high on this one.
You're next.
Yeah, and I don't know the properties, and maybe the wood's not bad, but maybe the wood is bad. This is just the first property of notable size on here, but I would like to see us contact our Western Woodlock Co-op. So maybe not necessarily take us off the list, but put it in the yellow, see what Western Woodlock Co-op, that's what we contract them for. I'll bring it up on the other ones that are on this list. But if we want to see forestry done in Annapolis County, we own the land, why don't we do it ourselves? Because we have too much land already in the Annapolis County that is owned by those who will never do forestry on it. And it's just blowdowns and all sorts of infestation, bug infestation waiting to happen. Leave it at that. I like to see it in the yellow.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna say no, sell it. Because the county's responsibility is not to create jobs. Our job is to manage our taxes. And I'm not saying this council would do any better than any other council, but we have not done a good job at managing buildings, spaces. We've lost much money on trying to do it ourselves. I would prefer sell it. If somebody buys it and wants to cut wood off it, that's fine, that's theirs. But for us to get into managing and hiring companies to manage our taxpayers aren't liable for that.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Warden, you're next.
Thank you. So my original question has been answered. But now I'm moving on to the second question. Or statement, I should say. I agree with both Councilor here and Councilor Cotw, which that seems interesting. It's on both spectrum, right? I do see the fact that the question around other plots of land that could be used for forestry. But then I look at what we're using, like the forestry practice that we're doing in Braidwood. That yes, they're doing it, they're cutting wood and we make a profit of $1,300 or something like that. But I don't think this is one of these properties that we should keep to do that type of thing. My only concern with anything on the list that is landfill, former landfill or former dump is just what our liability is and what could they potentially come back with and how much money do we have to spend. You know, me personally, I don't think I'd be interested in buying a piece of land that used to be a landfill. But there's other people that will do other things. I think this one, if we can sell and we don't have liability, we're on there.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Well, there you go. What are you gonna do with that one?
I don't know. I would say, I mean, you know, you have to keep in mind that Councilor Collins' comments, like, we are not in the business, our business is municipal government, which, where does our revenue come from? It comes from taxation.
Yeah.
So if we own a piece of land, there's no taxation. If this could be used as forestry, in my opinion, we'd be much better off to sell it. Even if we're selling it for not a lot of money, and that person uses it for forestry, because then at least we're getting the little bit that we get from taxation on forestry, which is not a lot, but right now, we're not getting any money for it. So it's just sitting there, and it's not a revenue at all to the municipality. And some of these properties, I'll point out too, like, you know, the last one in the parks is a different discussion for sure, but you know, it costs us to maintain certain parcels of land. If we're maintaining them, this particular one, I'm sure we don't do anything with it at all. It'd be much better than a private owner, who then would at least either pay taxes or possibly do some industry on it. Which again, we're not, I wouldn't say we're good at forestry, which is why we contract companies. So again, it's best that a company that is doing that work would be.
Councilor Harris?
And I totally get Councilor Collins' comments. I can even perhaps agree with them. It's just a matter, I know we're doing forestry practices in other parts of the land within the county. So if we're not getting in the business, because like I said, we're not really doing, as far as I know, we go to Western Woodlot Co-op, telling us parcel of land currently in Grapewood, and they're doing all the work. And so far, it has resulted us in a net income, from my understanding. The net income isn't much, but it has resulted in a net income. And it has guaranteed forestry in Annapolis County, because somebody could buy this and maybe they're gonna put a bunch of houses on an old landfill site, I don't know.
There's still zoning on top of everything.
Sure, there is still zoning, so it's a matter of, as far as comments of not being in forestry, if we're not gonna be in forestry, whatever, perhaps I can get behind that. But why are we doing forestry then in Greenwood if we're not gonna look to utilize our other forestry parcels of land? Because they're on this list of whether or not we dispose of them. So if we're not gonna do forestry, so be it, then why do we still retain the one in Greenwood? Maybe there's other reasons. I'll leave it at that, because in the end of the day, a private local or a private owner, and if there's wood to be harvested, they'll probably harvest.
Thank you, Councilor Welch, and then Councilor Donald.
I like the idea of at least asking the forestry company to come in and do a survey of it to see if it's viable anyway. As part of our process, I think it would be our own, it would be a responsible move. It makes them understand what's there through the process. So having, and I think that's a free service that Western Woodlot owners.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a free service. They'll come in if you ask, and they basically throw plots and determine what's in there for us. As part of the process, I think it's worth the ask.
Okay, thank you. What's your plan?
I thought the plan for Graywood was to set an example,
Yes,
hoping that the other private forestry owners would stop going in and clear cutting and take examples of good forestry management. That's what the whole program started this council for. It wasn't to do forestry on every piece of property we had. It was to show communities around us how you could take your forest and protect it and use it responsibly. And that was what the program started as. It wasn't started as us saying we were gonna make money off it. It was to set it up that private sector would come and look at what we did and what we got the West woodlot owners to do. Hoping they would take that home and use their properties like that, but I don't even know how much attention it really got.
We didn't really do them.
but you are correct. That's the
It
whole
wasn't that
background
we were gonna
behind
do
it.
forestry on our land. It
No.
was to try to provide a portion of forest done in a fashion that we thought would be appropriate for the private sector to look at.
Correct. That's
I
all.
think there was some wetlands and old forest in there as well that we were interested in protecting. If I remember from what.
Agree with
Wetlands and everywhere is enforced, so.
But I think
I think
that's,
it's also
I remember
like-
that from the presentation, that was an example of preserving that.
Okay, so what are we gonna do with this?
Free service?
Okay, it's gonna be a keep or sell.
Can I just jump in just really quick?
Okay,
Sorry, I just was going back, I just wanted to look, just for clarity, so we have evidence-based decisions, so the forestry practices in Graywood, we had a report at committee of the whole in 2025, and the revenue that we got from the past forestry activities, ecological thinning, selection management conducted late 2023 to early 2024 across 7.61 hectares. Revenue generated total $9,042, while costs were $3,850. So revenue for that piece was about six.
Yeah.
but the money was,
Not including staff costs.
Not including that cost.
So again, there's, we have to manage that. We talked earlier with our strat plan about we have enough people. We don't have a forestry person on staff.
No,
I thought that was what Western Woodlot was doing now.
Yeah, but we still have to manage that contract. But, it's not just we walk away and don't have a
In
contract.
each contract, it's
yeah, and that, I agree, I think it's, so
It's not a
that,
lot.
No. but if you look at a piece of property and say, well, that could make $5,000 or $6,000 over a 2-year period, I mean, that's not very much, sure, but I think it's important for us to know where we're at.
Well, that was more than a 2-year process.
That's true, yeah, but that was just for the ecological thinning 2023, 2024.
Yeah.
But again, keeping in mind that, and, Councilor Hare could probably give us an idea of what you would purchase what did you say, 37-acre piece of land? Or if there's forestry on it.
Either $1,000 an acre or $10,000 an acre,
Right,
depending on
depending on
what it's
what's
on.
But let's say it's the least, right? I mean, if somebody said that's worth $500 an acre, that means it's 20 grand.
Yeah.
Which we don't have in our pocket. Not to mention the, the revenue of taxation. Now, if it's forestry, that's so minor that it's not even worth talking about. But $20,000 as opposed to nothing right now.
okay, keep or sell.
So.
no.
I didn't hear one keep, so I guess it's sell.
Further discussion.
Oh, okay, I had a, one sort of discussion and one I don't know.
So number 12 is another, there's 2 properties that were obtained. Eddie Drive in East Dalhousie. In 2000, so again, 26 years ago. These are both, I would say, lots, with the, again, at the time, this property was subdivided, it's cottage lots, basically. And we were given to them through that process. So again, the recommendation, we do believe that these two properties would become cottage lots if there is a lake and over on this side. I believe this is. So there was another one here, I believe, that we've said, we've taken off the list. Looking at somebody can confirm that for me. So there's a lake over here. What's the lake? Oh,
16.
Thank you. So it's right there in front of you.
Too late.
So there is a piece of property that's on the water, so that one we've taken off the list. If we were gonna do something, we could possibly do something on the one that's right next to the lake. But these two are obviously off the lake, but again, might be nice cottage lot or something.
Okay, any comments or questions? We're looking at the first two.
Solid.
So,
I don't know.
Any keeps? No keeps. So,
So that's 13.
Oh, move along,
What's that?
move along.
14 is, this is the one on Sam Harris Road, Greenland. This is an interesting one, so again, we were donated this piece of land in 1997 with the idea for canoe access. Part of the issue with this particular piece of property, we haven't done anything with it since 1997. We have mentioned it in our canoe guide, but we don't have an easement to it, so this is the kind of road looking piece above it. I believe Nova Scotia Power, if I remember correctly. We don't necessarily have an easement with Nova Scotia Power. Now, as you know, with most properties such as this, people use Nova Scotia Power right of ways or owner lands to get to pieces of land, but that makes it difficult for us to use it in the more official capacity, let's put it that way. So again, we have this one highlighted in yellow. We just think that we don't have enough information basically to be able to make a good decision on it.
okay, Deputy Warden and Councillor Wells.
I'm on the fence with this one. I would kind of like to sell it, but my question is, and I think we've had this conversation before about that new guide. Why are we suggesting people to use an area for canoe launch that we don't own or have proper access to? So we're telling people to go take Nova Scotia Power's easement.
Yeah, and I'd have to look to see exactly what we say in the guide, but there's still like, this piece of property, you could sell canoe to. If we were to do something, right? So it could still be if you were canoeing in this area, you could use it.
Yeah, this one on the fence, but
Yeah, and that's, which is why we have it as further review.
Yeah.
Because again, that's part of my concern as well, is if we should to a piece of property that we don't have legal access to.
yeah.
Okay, next is Councillor Wells.
That's cottage country. I'm pretty familiar with this lake. I've paddled that lake lots, and up above that, just to the east is Second Pond, which is also part of a reservoir system. It's just pretty common travel on that road, even though it's got a Nova Scotia easement on it. There is a spot called the Salmon Hole, which is down by the dam head, where a lot of people do put in. But that is private property. So maintaining this particular piece of property for the county, I think, is valuable for the potentially future development. There's a lot of cottages along that lake.
It's a plane right there too.
That's a plan, yeah.
That little cove is actually super sweet.
So can you get to the next lake through the waterway?
No, you can't, but you take the Sam Harris up and you come to a canal. So you go up to Sam Harris, which actually goes back to Victory. And you can either put in at the canal or you can go up to the second lake. And and that lake is also beautiful too.
It's huge.
It's all part of the reservoir system that feeds out Lake Jolly. Or maybe Big Lake. I think it's Big Lake, yeah, Lake Mulberry.
Right,
I paddled that dozens and dozens of times.
were you paddling?
That fits in our strategic plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does.
Okay, so we're taking this one and it needs further review.
Yep.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
The next one is number 15 Victory Road, Greenland. So this is a vacant lot with water access. This particular piece of property is landlocked. So I'm not sure what, how we get this one.
I think the piece beside it is currently for sale.
Yeah, it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's pulling on it
Yeah,
right
right
now.
there, that piece for sale too.
There.
What are they asking for the beach?
16 acres.
139.
139.5.
And how big a lot's it?
It is 46 acres. And the rest of them 40.
This is a pretty good piece of land too. I mean, it's 16 hectares.
Nice
Maybe
amount
they
of
like
animal.
buy it, yeah, that's weird.
Okay,
Gotta go.
Yeah.
Councilor Hare has a comment or question.
Yeah, I guess it's just continuing on off the idea of forestry, so it doesn't sound like there's much appetite, there's room for us to expand upon what we're doing with Western Woodlot Services. And you'd be surprised on who would give access. Especially when it comes to forestry, I don't know who the landowners are gonna be, the thing you have to look into with further review. But I do know with forestry, typically, people are very lenient with giving forestry access if there's currently forestry operations in the area. A lot of forestry guys like to help out a lot of other forestry guys, especially when dealing with Western Woodlot Services. They probably already know where they can get right of ways and where they can't, so. I do think it's a missed opportunity. We're gonna try to expand our services. Western Woodlot, this is a pretty decently sized parcel, 76 acres. I would love to see us just look into what Western Woodlot Services, just look into it. Maybe they say, it's not worth your time at all, but I'm just kind of running in circles here. I would really love to see us just look into it.
I just wish we had a bigger.
Aerial view.
Yeah, so we had.
A bigger aerial view.
So we're.
Can I ask a question? The piece of land that you have there that's for sale beside it or in front of it? Which one is it?
That was a bit.
Okay, Seth, that right there.
Yeah.
So
And
how do they get to that?
off of Victory Road.
Victory Road, yeah. And above it is Potter Road,
No,
So there is a road there.
but it's not, doesn't go
Potter
there,
Road isn't
but
really-
it's right, no,
Yeah.
it's more like four-wheelers.
Yeah, watch it.
There's no road. Okay, that's my answer.
No, there's no road to it.
There's no
It's
road to it.
landlocked, for sure,
This is.
Yeah.
big time.
See, okay, no road is no road. Four wheeling is not a road. It's not.
Depending on that old truck you wanna take in there.
Well, okay, no. Councillor Welch,
Exactly, and here.
And we
Who's the example?
gotta.
Councillor Welch has the floor.
When I started looking at these properties, I came up with 4 questions to ask myself for each one of them. And that was, could this property meet future municipal needs? Could this support housing or economic development? Does it have recreational, environmental, waterfront, or a trail value that can be difficult to replace? And if we sold it today, is there a reasonable chance that the municipality could find itself trying to buy it back in 10 or 20 years? I think from an environmental standpoint, ecologically, this is a pretty unique parcel to have. We have access to pretty much every single place in the entire county. And having a piece of land like this that is allowed to just sit there wild is actually pretty special, I think. Or you can only access it by foot. Other than the Toby Attic, we don't really have anything like that in our county. It's a pretty unique piece of parcel, really. And so I would argue that we remove it on those grounds because it is so unique and so special.
Agreed.
Councillor Connell?
I'm gonna argue the other part. There's a piece of land for sale beside it. Somebody's sitting on a parcel of land there that could make it into cottage country, which could bring us in millions of tax rates. Somebody could get that owns the other parcel and buys, and could buy that parcel and open that all up for cottages. They don't build $50,000 cottages anymore. They build $300,000 to $500,000 cottages. Grow our county tax wise, we're getting probably just as many year-round residents building on the lakes and stuff as that as we're building in our rural communities. So the opportunity's there for someone to do development.
That parcel has been for sale since 2021. Wow.
Which parcel? The other
The
one?
one that's for sale.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so what are we doing? One more comment.
Can we compromise and keep the one on St. Mary's Road and sell the one Victory? That way we're keeping a unique parcel on a lake. And divesting ourselves hopefully of the other parcel.
The size, there's a size difference.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah,
And there's a,
That's all for sale.
do you have another comment? Okay.
I guess I'm gonna change my mind on this. I'd rather see it go and go, nothing be done with it. I understand there's ecological value, but there's too much land in Annapolis County that is sitting and not being used, rotting away and attracting funds. 100%. I've seen way too much of it. This is just a 75-acre piece. I just think there's, sounds like a lot of appetite for us to get forestry in this room, so if we're not gonna expand our woodlot co-op. Let's put it to market, and I know people will be, I figure people will be drooling over it, but I guess the parcels below it haven't sold, so. Switching my mind, put it to market.
How many was this out? Oh. Gordon?
So I just want to make a statement. So I keep hearing around the floor of no appetite for forestry. I just don't want the general public that is watching this to make it sound like we're not. It's not that we don't support forestry. I 100% support forestry because I buy lumber from a local mill. I burn wood. I'm a landowner of forestry in the South Shore of almost 300 acres. I support forestry. But I'm not a big believer of holding on land for the shoulda, coulda, wouldas. And the whole point of Graywood was to be a sustainable model, to be that person that says, look, it can be done. You don't have to go in and clear cut. Like, if we also learned during the forest fire last year of the effects of not managing forestry, or the effects of going in and doing clear cutting versus selective cutting and so on and so forth. But it's not us to get into that business. Yes, we did it to set the example, because that's what municipalities are supposed to do, is set the example. That's what we're doing with our parks, and we're re-looking at our accessibility. Yes, we have to be accessible by 2030, but we're further ahead than the private industry. So that is what our job is. It's not the fact that we don't support forestry. Some of us just don't support the municipality getting into where business, where private industry would work better. And I have that same argument if someone was to say, well, I want you to build a co-op housing. municipalities are not good unless you're in larger municipalities, like we learned at that thing that people keep bringing up. If we're a city or a huge municipality, like the HRM, then yes, we can turn a lot into a condo and do that. But unfortunately, in a rural municipality like we are, sometimes private industry is the way to go. And by us holding on land that's doing nothing versus selling a piece of land that we could get tax revenue, or maybe a forester would buy it, especially now that it's seen 3 lots in a row. I don't know, but I just wanted to throw that out there because if someone was watching, they would take a sound clip that the municipality does not support forest industry. And I just wanted to kind of nip that in the bud.
Well, thank you for that answer. I agree. Anything else? Nope, keep going. Who's next? Would you? Counselor Cranton, and then Counselor Connell.
I was gonna save my comment for the end, but it could be a while before we get there. Justin segued into it. I agree with sell this property and I agree with sell the 15-acre one on the former landfill, but I do want to say that I agree with Councillor Hare's suggestion about having the woodlot operator have a look and assess some of our other properties. I haven't spoke to it because I didn't necessarily agree with it on either of these two, but I do want to say that I was going to say for the end that when this is all done, before we do go to market, I would like to take them up on their offer to have a free assessment of some of this, not because we're getting in the business, but because of the exact purpose of Graywood site as to be used as an example and model. Well, if it's working good and I have been to meetings outside of Mickey Hill when there were we were referenced as a good example of responsible management, and that site specifically spoke. So to me, not necessarily for the revenue generation, but because it's proven to be a good practice and a good thing, we should be talking about how we're going to expand on that. And if there's an opportunity to double that size. I don't necessarily think I didn't bring it up until now because I don't think it's necessarily applied to the 2 properties we thought. But I will say now that I was going to say at the end, as a general comment, I would like to hear like where in all this land before we divest of it all, is there some pieces that we speak on as an expansion of that product? Because I also know that I had inquiry from woodlot manager a year ago, but it was before the fires took place, so it would have been referred to CAO at the time and Alyssa about using it for training purposes for people to get into the silviculture, horticulture business. So there's some opportunities there. So my overall thought is not these 2, but I do think somewhere in this whole process, I would like some of this land held back to do more of what we're doing in Graywood. Not as a revenue generator, because I agree we're not supposed to be in business, but it does have public benefit by us doing that. And I think it's worth doing more of.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell.
And you gotta realize that, forestry owners are thinking outside their own box. That Stephen Keel was probably one of the biggest forestry buyers of land in our county. He's the one that got the Balcom Road completely rebuilt because he took a piece of forestry, bought, stripped it, and now he's selling build lots all the way along the front. So they're thinking outside the box beyond just cutting that tree down. They're thinking about what they can do to generate funding. So I just think there's an opportunity. It's great if we can leave everything alone and no one build anywhere next to you. You're the only person on that little lake. It's great. But we live in a county that's, a portion of our county is water covered. We're missing out on cottage country income. And every time we lose out on producing cottages around a lake or anything else, we're upping the regular person's taxes to cover. The fact is that we don't want to do that.
Good point. Any other comments? Keep herself,
Well,
Well,
hands. Keep,
oh,
keep goes up. Sal? I guess Sal has it.
Next one is 16 on your list. This one's highlighted as needing further review. This is an interesting one because it's does have water access to Skull Lake, but I think it's this one where we're not 100% sure we own it, even though it's in this list, because apparently this one, I believe this is the one I'm thinking of, was donated to us and then somehow got sold, be registered with somebody else, so weird. So all I'm saying is, I don't want us to try and sell something that we're not sure we own. So
Okay.
so far,
Let's move on.
we might not actually.
Right. I'll be really quick with this one. Skull Lake is actually a pretty unique lake in that it's spring fed and it's clear. So you can see down 20 feet.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
well,
It's pretty unique in the county. I don't know of too many spring fed lakes that are like that. Or
Seems like every lake is unique.
Yeah, like this, I swim on this lake.
Yeah.
And you can literally look down 20 feet. And we know that because a friend dropped their cell phone. We had to dive for it.
Yeah, there's one like this in Digby County too, a buddy of mine, spring.
Well, that's good.
It's a beautiful lake. I'll say.
Thank you for that information. We're moving on.
So the next one. It's Power Lot Road in Guinea, Annapolis County.
Very good.
We've owned it since 1971.
So,
Yeah.
I think it's so. Oh, no, there's a question.
I just have a question.
Deputy Warden.
The lot beside it, is that owned by, is that a lagoon? Or is that just someone's private property?
The wizard is back.
Perfect, let her go.
Okay, next.
Number 18, Hastings Road in Hastings, owned since 1965 through a tax sale. Again, this is one that, this would likely be a discussion for the neighbor.
Looks like a road.
so,
It looks like a, never mind.
so,
Sal? Okay, so next.
Right, this one was a parks levy, this is, I don't even know how you say this, Onset Cross in Carsdale. Kind of a unique one, so this again this would have been subdivided. It's kind of a unique parcel which basically provides access to the Annapolis Basin, but it's kind of in this, you can see a weird shape.
I think it.
From the monstrous.
Okay,
I think the two lots beside it are good for sale as well. Lots yesterday.
and there's a little strip there, what's that?
so that comes to like a cliff, doesn't it, down to the water?
Would imagine.
I'm not sure.
Any, okay, questions, comments, but, Councilor Harris?
Just real quick, how long ago did we acquire this? Anybody can find that information?
1999.
Is it on?
Around the right.
It's on the list, yeah. It's on the.
It's on the front page,
Okay.
not the front page.
I was just curious if it was recent, what the line of thought was on that, but that's all right.
How much you're gonna run down there and jump off the cliff?
Good.
That stairs going down. Okay,
Moving on, this is Main Street, Lawrencetown. This is kind of unique, but we had a bit of a discussion about this. Basically runs between two houses. I think the original intent was that this could be used to access the rail trail, which is here at the bottom, from Main Street to Lawrencetown, but this is the exhibition grounds right here, on the right. So it's one of these things where you could choose to use it as a trail, but it's not, it may or may not be used. But we know that there's gonna be access to the rail trail, it's
That's what everyone uses now.
right.
So, by the time municipality spends it.
And that property right beside it is for sale.
Yeah,
This one.
the house,
The house?
Yeah.
big house with a round driveway.
Oh,
So,
Bunch of apartments in there.
4 units in it.
okay, any other comments?
Yeah.
So,
Better go.
So,
there you go.
Number 21.
You have a question on
Just-
the last
just a-
one?
No, just a general question. I'm just curious, Rob, as to whether or not all the different departments department heads have been.
Yeah, the directors had these discussions.
Okay, yeah, just curious. Thank you.
And there wasn't a 100% agreement.
Guarantee.
There was some internal negotiations, to be clear, I mean, there was discussion and it's interesting, because I would say I have one director that says sell everything, and one director says keep everything. You can guess who it's who, if you want.
We're not guessing, we're moving on.
So yes, and there was some negotiations, but there was a number of things we didn't put on the list for different reasons. And lots of discussion about why we got something in the first place and if we have any plans with it or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that portion of land right there, 2 properties up, you can go down the ring drive.
Exactly.
It's kind of,
I was just wondering what the process was before it landed on the council.
And it's a huge debate,
Lots of discussion.
huge debate. Okay, so we're gonna,
So 21, again, Prince Street in Lawrencetown. This is a vacant lot owned since 1997 through the parks lot again. So again, there's houses all along here, there's some subdivision.
how do you get to
street. It's
it? There?
went by off of Main Street. By the little community center that was there. Goes into Public Works, crosses the tracks, that's Prince Street.
So you can get to it.
Now,
Yeah, oh, question, Deputy Warden?
I just have one question, so. Maybe I'm not thinking the right road, but isn't part up here, part of Prince Street, isn't that privately owned road?
well, that's,
wow, no,
Like, is that the road that's Mike listed?
Yes.
That's that road.
that's town owned right to the cul-de-sac.
Right.
The driveway at the end of the cul-de-sac that goes back to
Yeah.
Roy Emmett's house.
Yeah.
To the driveway, that's not a driveway.
Oh, so this isn't landlocked.
Okay.
It's right after the last piece of cultural sanitation.
Moore Drive is a private road, it was created in the subdivision during this process that created that parcel. Street after it left the railway bed is private road.
That's not, yeah.
Once it over the, in the future, I believe it is. It's a private road owned by the law association.
Because they put all the money together.
It's an official road. Private road.
Do you have all the answers? Nope, one more.
So. Yeah. So that's what I thought it was. So since it's a private road, it doesn't have.
Access.
No, it's in a private road approved on a planned subdivision, somebody could come along. Perhaps and snag the tail end of that property at the tail end of Prince Street and further develop Prince Street extended. and create lots off of it.
Oh.
If they come to a large number.
So yes, now.
Oh, you see a way around it. Okay, Sal?
Yeah.
Next.
22. So this is the highway, and this is on 201 Meadowvale. According to the first levy, and there's water. So it's just at the top here.
That's the only route, that's the only parcel of land we have on the Black River. Is it?
We should say it all.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
Have you been on the Black River?
No, I haven't.
It's a brook.
Don't sell it before I get on
It's a brook. Carry your canoe.
Is it more of a ditch?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
That will go pretty good.
it is there's quite an entryway that goes back into between those two houses. You guys know where it is, right? Right.
I'm going where this was.
201. And Meadowvale.
Yeah, it's by Black River.
No, it is the Black River.
Well, that also looks like a lot somebody else has been using.
It has been. They're encroached so much.
Oh,
on it. They encroach on the end now.
It's their lawn.
yeah, they planted some trees, so that's a bit.
Right with the property line.
Yeah.
And then now we might just keep going.
Okay, what do we do?
So,
Bill?
Okay, number 23. This is Michael Avenue in Meadowvale, required to park, so we don't look at it.
The same thing. It's at the end of the subdivision. Yeah. I'm surprised they don't own that piece.
Surprised Sandy doesn't know.
Actually.
Sorry.
Just didn't know.
You could sell it
So
to
they might.
Yeah.
these guys. Or this guy. I think so.
So,
No. What?
I do have a question before we move on to the next one. The property after that, who owns that?
This one,
Yeah. Who owns that?
Great Big Secure.
That the vote?
I think so. I know.
Oh, yes, you would fail.
I wondered if it was in the vote. The vote? Okay. Yes, Mrs. DeVoe, yeah. Yep.
24. There, Basin Road.
Reserve room.
So this is an old road, so again, this one is not reported, so
no,
maybe something that we have to look into a bit further, but again, and also would likely be something that we could go to over. See if it's.
Both of that piece you said? Go to what?
Go to the neighboring.
Yeah. Okay, Deputy Warden?
One just a question, what exactly does old road reserve mean? Like, do the province just have a reserve of roads that maybe they may make a road later on and somehow we got.
I don't know if it went to.
My best guess is it goes back to the early 1900s when
They had
the county owned all of the roads, and then there was a time period. This one may never have been transferred because it probably was a road to nowhere. I, that's my best guess, is it just didn't get taken over by the property.
I was just wondering.
We have a couple.
Okay, thank you, Mr. here.
Just a general question, I guess, that relates to this. Have we done, I'm assuming you've looked at the deeds on these parcels of land. Is it possible that right of ways aren't necessarily listed in the deed of the land itself, but the deeds of the land next to it? I've had friends that have come into family inheritance that have right of ways on other people's deeds, and they have right of ways through neighboring parcels' lands. And the right of way is listed in his deed, but it isn't actually listed in the deed of the parcel that it runs through.
I would say I've seen just about anything. And Linda and I'm talking about this on deeds like that, like it's sometimes. Yeah, your situation, sometimes things are included or not included, or something's happened with the property that wasn't recorded properly. It's all kinds of things that like that, so I would say like in this particular case, like. We wouldn't just say, you know, or whatever for sale, we're gonna do a little bit of our own homework internally. If this is a neighboring thing, you know, we would go to a neighbor, and in this case, they might say, there's no use for me to even own that. So why would I bother even spending the money to get it legally and included? So there's some of these that I suspect will just end up. And nobody would. So. This might be one, so.
Okay, so,
You there, yeah.
what?
Get rid of
Okay, next.
25. So, this one, and I've got a special note on this one, so this is Olympia Drive in Nicktown. This was a vacant lot that was required to the Parks Levy for recreation purposes. This subdivision has been basically built to about here, I think there's a bulk right about there. We've been contacted by the original developer saying, we have that lot to develop, and we said, well, we happen to be taking on this to council. But, you know, we have to follow our process, so again, they're interested in this piece of land to develop. There was discussion about, you know, swapping pieces of land, but again, to our earlier discussion, we, in this particular case, probably should have taken the money and then the developer would have been able to develop this piece of land. There is discussion too that there's a that we had with the developer, but I think this was the one that came to council. Yes, about this road, right? So this lot could be developed again, if we went vote to sell.
Okay, Councilor Hare?
I guess just a quick comment, this was required through Parks Levy, even if there is gonna be a lot of residential development there, then. You know, we're really looking to hold on to a whole bunch of land, but. Parks, if it was through Parks Levy for a potential park, and that is. If it isn't right in the smack of a residential area, perhaps a good spot for a park now, we have parks all over a county, we can hold all sorts of land. If we had that mindset, but it is a spot that it does connect up to the rail bed. I'm not sure if that's by right or not, but there is access to the rail bed right there. So I wouldn't be against selling it, and I wouldn't be against keeping it. And lean one way, I'd almost say keep it, but.
Mr. Warden?
That's a good point, 'cause I was thinking that too, but then I was thinking, okay, since if we was to sell it, it could only be used for parks and rec or whatever. And we just put in a new playground in Nicktown. That I would much rather see money from that to expand something in Nicktown or whatever, than keeping a piece of land in a development that may or may not, like.
A lot of houses there.
I know, yeah.
How far is that piece of land compared to the original park in their existence? Is it that far?
Close. I would say with this particular parcel, because this, like where the cursor is here, this is, it's a large piece of land which will be most likely be further developed.
Yeah.
So we will have other opportunities as this gets developed to look at whether or not there is need for additional money. You know, it's gonna be the same thing, these will be subdivided. some point down the road, and then we would have the
Yeah, you could be-
opportunity at that time to look at the better location.
You might end up with a better location then.
Not closer to the railbed.
Closer to the railway.
Like that is right
there.
on the railbed, right there. So if we go to another location, it's not gonna be on the railbed per se.
Is this the red, where's the?
It's
just to the, it's to the east,
Right? And
down that, if you go down that trail. No,
But,
to the east.
but in this area, it doesn't matter if somebody drives through the TVs on the road, so it doesn't matter, they can get to the rail.
This connects to the rail here.
We really didn't want to say that, but yeah, it's true.
And I will point out too, just on the other side of that drive,
Thank you.
it crosses some, it's not lagoons, but it crosses into another subdivision. I don't know what that bodies of water are called, but that trail continues across the railbed right into another subdivision.
What subdivision might that be?
That's the one on Drive. Yeah.
Lorcon?
No.
On Drive, right from by the river. You're coming to McDowell from Middle.
Right.
If I had to say, if we're to keep anything parks and recreation for potential, that is something I don't know if I could say that is right next to the trike.
Yeah.
It's, when you're there, it's I've been on it quite a bit. It's there.
Okay.
Just because the lot's small,
Yeah.
it's kind of deceiving because it makes it look like it's a long way from the railbed, but
So what you're saying is that dirt road
Good enough to-
goes up to the trail.
Yeah.
goes right to the trail.
It's just off the screen there, really.
So there's been discussion that there would be further developed, this is a road, and I think there was 6 or 8 lots. In a whole here, right, 3, 4 on the side.
Yeah.
Okay. Goes to sell and goes to keep and
I like that one.
there's keep, that's a keep.
Okay,
Yes, it's crazy.
Okay.
Flavor.
Next one, good.
It's that railway bed.
Crest Road in Nicktow South.
Well,
So this is the incinerator.
So there's monitoring wells all the way around that, or around, not all the way around the land, around where the incinerator was. There's piles of dirt blocking the driveway, which they built the road up over. I was in it last year, I went up over it to see what was going on that piece of property, because I was told there were some squatters up there. And there sure wasn't squatters that day, but there's a lot of garbage.
Garbage is like
It's just garbage, people throwing things out.
They were using the dump.
If you drive by it today, you'd say they're using it on a steady basis. So, and also, I know that adjacent landowners have been going in the back door cutting logs off. So, but with one good thing about that property, one year we gave the Hawks Association at the exhibition grounds the right to go in and cut enough logs to repair their barn.
oh, nice.
And if I could find a video, they get the video of going in with the ox and the horses. And they brought all the logs out by that way and took them down to exhibition ground and milled them. So that was a donation.
We should do that again.
But anyway, I think it should be sold because, like I said, I think it's one of those parcels that are people are going in helping themselves on. And it's become quite a more eye for people to
Safe.
dump garbage.
so how many
Okay.
acres is that? I don't do.
And what is it?
67 acres.
67?
Yeah.
And again, there's no garbage ever, there was no ashes even buried. The only thing that was there was the incinerator. And there's no, they cleaned it all up, there's no sign of that, but they have laundered wells down.
Okay, sell
So,
Hands up, Shell? It's a cell.
Right, the next one is 7 Oak Grove Road.
Okay, okay. It's 092
So
acres.
again, we can launch. Much information on this one. That's it.
Who owns the property beside with all the built umbrellas?
Yeah, there's a lot of.
No, there's. Owned by, commercial thing.
next.
Next,
Yeah?
Yeah.
So,
28. 201, Highway 201 Paradise. Vacant lot, informal land dump site. Is this the like old one?
Deputy Warden? You can't speak, go take the chair. Go take the chair, sorry.
That's awesome. So apparently this was again, an informal dump site before we had official dump sites.
That's right. So I do have a little history on it. I'm interested in my contact. So in 1939. The Paradise Community Hall Finance Committee was allowed to use that property by the property owner at the time as a community dumping site. It stayed that way until 1969. That same property owner sold the property to the municipality for the same purpose. It was never registered as an official. So I know people. The person I contacted to get more information from says that he was taking household garbage there in the early 70s, and then it ceased. So as far as I'm aware, it has not been used for that purpose for well over 40 years is my best guess. Okay. So.
Any questions?
Well, we have to do an ESA on this one.
So this one's a bit weird because it's, some of the other ones, we had registered as landfill. So which means we already had a session to bar, not that it's anything different.
But ESA doesn't necessarily prove the environment either. It just gives us the history of the land use through phase 1.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is really whether or not we can.
That's what I'm wondering.
Any other comments? Keep or sell? Keep.
No.
Sell.
no.
Sold.
I think we should keep the next one just for future development if there's anything.
Yeah.
What a funny.
It's funny
parcel
looking thing,
of
but it's
land.
perfect.
Oh, expired.
But if there's development, like if you. Potential development there.
Write the name of the road below it. Robert Frost Road.
How much you have to pay for that?
I didn't go that road before.
So, any questions? Concerns?
Do you think we should save it?
I do. Cause there is the potential, when you agree, Linda, for future development there at some point. Or am I wrong?
I think so. I don't wanna get rid of it.
I suspect the house could be put in there.
Have 3 entrances.
Yeah.
The airport for drones.
The only comment if I can make. Whereas the one that was just in Nickdall was completely surrounded by residential. This one here is does have, while it does have a lot of residential, I do see a lot of agricultural. The other side of the road, I don't suspect will be residential in our lifetime. I don't necessarily know the owner, but I suspect it won't be residential in our lifetime. And behind it, I'm lost.
Is the one behind it agriculture or
Wanna know how it's assessed or what is in
zoning?
Yeah.
Cause that would be the determining factor, right?
If it's zoned agricultural, then it
It makes no
really,
sense, makes sense to sell it. Zoning.
And the zoning that's noted on your map sheet is, needs to be updated because of the new Eastern plan. I suspect it's in the rural use zone,
rural use.
that's my.
R5. That's the
So
old.
the R5 became the new rural.
Yeah.
So on the other side of the road is agricultural,
And in behind it
is the RU zone.
is the RU, okay, yeah.
And it was very.
Yeah. Think you're
Oh, so let it driveway.
That's you were.
But what I find interesting with this one is this is shaped as if it wants to be a part of the trails.
Yeah.
But that being said, I know the people that live on there and still got a long ways to go to get to that. It's definitely not a limit yet, so.
I say sell it.
Yeah, there we go.
Cal?
So, he's the product.
Okay, number 30. If we need to talk a lot about this one, because you already made a decision.
Let it go.
Not today.
Change your mind about
Treats.
Not skipping over that one.
Next.
Orchard there.
Next.
31, this is on Highway 1 up at Granville. Old road parcel referred to in property lines Mill Road. It's a dead end, believed to be used as access to the farmer's field and back.
Yeah.
You own it?
Now, how do you want this piece and not that piece and then that piece? Right, it's too
That's because that's the rail.
Okay.
So down that way, the rail bed is in some place given to the farmers. Cause this is actually just down the road from Councillor Franklin's.
So where'd it go? Nowhere. It goes to the field, but I mean,
Yeah, get rid of it.
okay, so let it sell?
So.
Well,
There's no key?
No.
I guess that's their stuff.
32, Granville Road, 3. There's a vacant lot, the post office box is located here, active transportation west there.
Was that part of that?
How big is that? 10. Part of the what?
This is for.
What agreement would we have with Canada Post as far as the boxes, community boxes being?
They put them in and
They
then,
put it wherever they think they
yeah,
want.
they put them in and it's
They just put them in?
Mhm.
A lot of places.
Well, they reach out and ask,
Okay.
And that's what they did anyway.
but they just didn't.
They just pick up.
Sell it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's,
They didn't.
No.
it's not very big, is it? No.
No.
Point with a tiny home. Okay, sell or keep?
No.
Sell?
I would say with that one, we would have to check if there's any particular reason.
I could sell it to the post office.
Yeah.
Is that one just across the street?
Okay, good.
Almost.
The 33, so this is across the road from the previous one, or basically the previous one here. So across the road, Granville Road, Victoria Beach, so they can walk. One, two, three.
Well, that's deep in there, Eileen, but that's
Very.
deep.
Very.
6 feet?
Solid.
Yeah. Who owns the land around? That's a big plot.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll want it. Alright, so.
Before Thirty Road, Waldeck, vacant lots.
How do we end up with
This is the wish one to, this one. You wanna check for this one, Linda?
Yeah, absolutely. So we took this property in tax sale. I can't remember what year. We actually thought it was up the road. And when the province, mapped it, they discovered that it actually is in between the two properties, the one that abuts the road, and the one in back. We registered the notice of tax sale, but we've yet to register the deed. I was scared.
So they think they own that.
They definitely did.
So the owners on both, the same owner owns the.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do own.
So I mean, this one, to be clear, I mean, the only thing we would do with this is go to that owner and say, do you wanna consult it to make it all?
Yeah.
That's, or at least own it all.
Yeah.
That's- If they said no, we wouldn't do
Oh,
it.
they must.
We're not gonna sell it out from somebody that,
Yeah.
if you could,
Wow.
that would be.
So we move it along?
Yeah, contact existing owners on either side.
This one's got.
Yeah, see that.
What in the world?
You know what it is.
Yes, yeah, come on.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. All I had to do was look at the highway.
Come on, Dustin.
Let her go.
So the next three actually are the ones that, it's originally for landfill discussions, and then we talked about using them, in West Barrington for, public works facility, and again, we've got direction that that's not what we're doing. So now there's 3 parcels, and the next 3 parcels, that's, again, we don't have a fixture, so.
Okay, Deputy Warden?
So I just have a question / concern of. Yeah, PIDs with the last 3, 728, page 140. That's the one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually had potential C and D on it. My question with that one is, are we opening ourselves up to a nightmare, and we'll be better off to? I wanna sell. But would we be better off subdividing and not selling all of it? But then there's an access issue. That was my only concern.
Anybody else need to, anybody else? Any comments?
Yeah, look into it, sure, but I'm just concerned about.
Okay. So look into it a little bit more for the next couple?
Well, we don't want to, then.
We haven't checked the one.
Yeah. So Paula has reached out to the
Yeah,
department
yeah.
about all of these that are affected.
Perfect.
But with this one too, I mean, I would be clear, like, there's that front piece where the old house, the old building is. There's the big piece that's next to, so, you know, that's where that's the cover.
Yeah.
Right? And then this big piece next to it, I would guess, based on the maps, that would be a little bit of land use, it was a bottom area. But apart from that, it's just a very big woods. Good, all three?
All good? Okay, last piece.
I'd like to keep that one.
It looks big.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a cool piece of property.
It is, it's not someone I'm ready to let go.
Well, there could be one house on that property.
Well, I think it looks like there's something that shouldn't be
I
there,
suspect
maybe.
everybody uses this piece of land.
It looks like at least some winters they're camping.
A lot of pools in the back.
Yeah, Yeah, I think keep that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd say sell, somebody would have a pretty unique piece of property.
All right, so
Okay,
Well,
yeah. Anybody else wants to
I'm
say
just
anything?
wondering if we're gonna put anything out for an RFP for a real estate agent, or what's the process?
Good question. I was asking, wondering that. We were all wondering it, yeah.
So yes, so, and let me flip back.
And hit the door.
So, yeah, that is the recommendation in the request for decision, is that, you know, if you approve as per changes, which we'll talk about what I have on my list, make sure everybody's clear. The next steps would be that we will, put out a call for real estate services and proceed to list all related properties as directed. So any of those that are on the sale list, so that are in white on that sheet, if council agrees, we will, you know, get a real estate agent, basically give them all the bids and say, basically figure it out to a degree. Any of those that it's a neighboring property thing, that's probably something we would have at least the initial discussion. And then we might involve, well, involve a lawyer at that point, if we're interested. And then, you know, the ones that need further review, I'll be clear, it's not a priority, but at some point we'll look at them closer. I would say too, the ones that, you know, you particularly said we should retain, because there are 2 or 3 on the parks levy ones. What I would say is that we need to include those in our plan for recreation or whatever it might be, with the understanding that we don't need to be getting more land when we have land that we could be developing. So, you know, we gotta maintain that and make sure that we're not just getting more property. So the list that I have, I think there was only 3 changes from what we had proposed. So based on what I heard, number 10 is coming off the list. That's the parks levy, that was the Cornwallis Park one. That we said, people, council Harding had said that people were using it and a couple of meetings ago. Number 25, which is the one on Olympia Drive. So we would take that one off the list. And again, consider future parks development. And number 38 is the last one, again, keep for future consideration, that one like this remain as, again, I suspect people are just using it.
And so the yellow, my understanding, the yellow ones are gonna be.
Yeah, so basically the only ones that we would proceed with selling, so I've got 3 motions in your request for decision. The first one is I'll just run through them to make sure everybody's clear. So the first recommendation is that the committee will recommend that the municipal council direct the CAO to dispose of the municipally owned properties identified and described in appendix A of the July 14, 2026 request for decision. It would be this document minus those 3 properties. And to your point, Councilor Person Sullivan, the yellow ones are not for sale, those are just, and we're not doing anything with those except for maybe looking at them.
Okay.
The second recommendation is that the committee of the whole recommend the municipal council direct the CAO to provide appropriate notice of the intent to sell the municipally owned property on Lincoln Drive. So this one's been removed from the list. So we'll take this recommendation out. We don't need to do that one. And then the second recommendation that would be the committee of the whole recommend the municipal council direct the CAO to undertake additional review of the remaining municipally owned properties as identified and described in the July 14th, 2026 request for decision. Return with future recommendations if deemed to be surplus.
Yeah, perfect.
Great.
Okay, so I need somebody to move that.
So
So,
again, sorry,
1 and
if I may, just 1 and 3
yeah,
is separate recommendation. recommendations. or
Yes.
something.
Okay, so who's the, okay,
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council direct the CAO to dispose of the municipally owned properties identified and described in appendix A of the July 2026 request for decision.
do we add -3 properties
Just take a minute.
As amended.
as amended?
Yeah.
Or as reviewed,
So as amended.
as amended.
So we have deputy warden as a seconder. Questions, comments? No? Perfect. On. Were you at them all? All in favor signify by saying yes?
Yes.
Opposed, no? Motion passed. See, I was right. Okay, second recommendation, I need somebody to read. Counselor Oxner?
I move the committee of the whole recommend that municipal council direct the CAO to undertake additional review of the remaining municipally owned properties as identified and described in the July 2026 request for decision, and return the future recommendations that deemed to be surplus.
Thank you, seconder. First, Counselor Preston Sullivan. Again, questions, comments, seeing none, perfect, all in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. You guys are great. Okay, do you guys want to take a 10 to 15-minute break, or do you want to move on?
I'd rather just.
Move on. Push on? Perfect. Okay, we are on page 143. Okay. J-Class Road. Our CAO will provide us information.
So yeah, this is fairly straightforward, and again, I'll point out that it's my bad that it didn't come to you earlier. We received a letter from Department of Public Works. It's a fairly common thing that every 2 or 3 years we sign the J-Class agreement. And I didn't notice that we needed a council approval on that, so basically coming to you to get council approval so that we can sign it and send it back to them.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motion on the floor. Councilor Welch.
I move that the committee of the whole recommend that municipal council direct that the warden and the CAO be authorized to sign cost share agreement number 2026-001.
Thank you. Seconder, Councilor Longmire. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, let's move on to. Where is that? 150, what is it? 156. Okay. This is prepared by Madame Daniels, but you're going to speak to it?
So
Okay.
I can speak to it, Warden. Ms. Daniels had another meeting that she had to attend this afternoon. Generally, you'll recall as council that this funding came in late in the year after we had approved the budget, and we asked you to move it to the reserve. Now we're just asking you to take that money from the reserve and move back to operating so we can do what we suggested at the time that we would do with it. So really, it's just this month, again, just to those funds for the operating projects.
Okay. I wish somebody, could you move the motion, Councilor?
I move that committee of the whole recommend that municipal council authorize the transfer of the $22,500 received through the 2025 municipal wildfire prevention grant from the operating reserve to the operating budget.
And the number is 22,500. Seconded. Councilor Oxner? Okay. Any comments or questions? Okay, so be it. All in favor, signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, so we have one last thing that we added on this morning, which you were given this a briefing on the Annapolis Valley Regional Library update, as was found on your desk. And again, I'm gonna pass it on to CAO, Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Warden. And so again, in this case, our intent today was to provide a briefing in camera because some of the information that was originally sent was considered in camera information. But, you know, there's now been another meeting where that information's all been released publicly, so, which is why we're having this discussion in open session. And as I say in this briefing, which again, I threw together very quickly this morning so that you'd have something on paper and then we can add something to the at least. There's been a lot of things happening with the AVRL in the past couple of weeks. It seemed like every day there's been something related to it. So it's important to point out that, again, we had planned on discussing some of the elements in camera. As when we set the agenda, there wasn't the special meeting called of the AVRL, which happened last night. And some of those discussions were still private. So with the discussion in open session, though, I do want to point out that some of the elements related to this discussion still shouldn't be discussed in an open session because there is elements about contract and people, and you have to remember that, you know, the unfortunate part of this whole discussion, good, bad, or otherwise, is that there's been a number of people that have received layoff notices, and now with some of the discussion, which we'll talk about from last night, they might be saying, well, now you can potentially stay on for a period of time. Which, so again, it's really, we gotta be very aware that when we're talking about libraries, there's people that work at the libraries that it's been on even a bigger roller coaster than I'm sure our representative has been. So just a quick summary, and again, this is from information that we've received from the library board and from the executive director. And again, I'll fill you in on some of that discussion. So as you will recall, it was on June 1st. So on June 1st, we received the notice officially that they would be closing 5 of the 11 libraries. And all the partners received that at the same time in at least a public fashion. On June 16th, the warden deputy, myself met with, and the mayors of Middleton and Annapolis Royal met with MLA Bowlby and Peter Harrison to talk about library funding. Again, we've mentioned that was a few hours of discussion. And one thing that came up repeatedly was that the province has not maintained their responsibility to review and update the library funding formula, which had been agreed to. There'd been quite a bit of work done on it. There was a committee that in the library that had done all kinds of work with the province, and it just didn't go anywhere. So again, I would say that everybody was well aware that there was financial considerations that needed to happen, but nothing ever changed. So last Monday, July 6th, which you were all invited to, there was a meeting for elected officials and senior staff at the King County Municipal Building. We had a good representation from Warden LeBlanc, Councillor Carson Solomon, Councillor Oxner, Councillor Longmire, Councillor Agenbar. I think I got everybody that was there. DCAO Uharski and myself were there. We're also in attendance. So all of council received the information package that was provided for that meeting. So again, that was some of the information that had still not been released per se, but you were all aware of that. At that meeting, I would say that a couple of municipal units stated that they were not aware of the potential closures. I would personally say, as I've written in this document, I think that's very unfortunate. There has been several meetings with CAOs, the chief elected officials, certainly the library reps. I'm gonna say at least half a dozen meetings since last October, November. and I know we've had discussions here at council to make sure that you are aware. We didn't have all the specifics. We didn't know necessarily what libraries or when or all that. But we did know that, based on decisions that that was a potential. So it's a bit unfortunate that a couple of municipalities said they weren't aware of anything. So 2 days after that, on Wednesday, July 8th, I know the representatives from ABRL met with the province, who said that there would be no more funding, but they'd be willing to talk about future funding, which basically says no. That was further confirmed, and some of you probably saw the clip of Minister Ritchie where he was asked outright, would there be library funding, to which his response was no, very clearly. So there was some changes of the AVRL board by a couple of municipalities, and those new representatives called for an emergency meeting of AVRL, which was discussed at the meeting that we attended in Kings County. So AVRL had a special meeting last night in Wolfville Council Chambers, which certainly Councillor Patterson Sullivan can speak more to. So who was there, of course, participating as was the deputy CA. So there was a motion passed last night to keep all 11 libraries open until October 1st by using a portion of the reserves that they had. I think it was $88,000 or something.
Yeah, we had $160,000 in reserves, so we've pretty well used stuff.
So, they're not, in my personal opinion, sometimes a great idea to drain your reserves, but this might be a last attempt. Keep them all. So the intent of the extension is to ask the municipalities to provide more funding. This basically means that they'll be asking those municipalities who did not provide that full additional 50% ask to provide that amount. So this is why this briefing is coming to you today without really an ask, because we haven't received that official ask, which I'm sure we will. And Julie is on top of things, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get it later today or tomorrow. But a reminder that in our case, our obligated funding under the Libraries Act is 26% of, again, the province provides 71%, we provide 26%. That's our only obligation. That number is $130,700. When we were asked back earlier this year, they asked all of the units for an additional 50% on top of what our responsibility is. So that meant that our additional ask would have been $65,350. At the time, we agreed to fund the 26% of the deficit, which again was under the understanding that that's our responsibility. We didn't put conditions on it. Some other municipalities did put conditions on it, but to say, the funding model says 71% province, 26% municipality. So we again had that discussion here to say, if we go in further, basically what we're doing is letting the province off the hook of their responsibilities. So we agreed to fund an additional $16,991, which would leave a difference of just shy of $50,000, $48,359. So we know that that's what our ask will be. I'll just point out, we did set our budgets for this year, so any change, if council were to agree to provide the extra funding, the recommendation would be that those funds come from our operating reserves, which we've talked about quite a bit today already. What I will say is that it's how municipalities fund their 26% is determined by the Libraries Act. So that formula is in the Libraries Act that says, the province gives this much, the 26% is then shared among municipalities by population. That's what it says in the Act. There's nothing in the Act that says if you want to provide more funding, how you agree to divvy up those funds. So what I would say that when you look at, and you all know this from being around other IMSA work and that type of thing, there's very little we do that is solely based on population. Most things include an element of uniform assessment or some other factor, and that does come down to ability to pay. So if your uniform assessment is much higher and your population is lower, it means in this particular case, you're probably getting, you're not paying as much as what would be considered your fair share. I have done some looking at this. Annapolis County, because we're very large, we have, a good sized population compared to everybody else. But our uniform assessment is not the same as, by per capita as most of the other units. So we are probably paying on different formulas, even with, if we were to pay the full 50%, we're probably paying more than what I would consider to be our fair share. Not significantly, but a little bit. And then I think there's other municipalities that probably should be paying a bit more, and another one or two that maybe should be paying a little less too. So one of the problems that I believe is that they're just, the conversation is still all around population. When there's nothing to say that if you want to provide extra funding to the library, that it has to be based on population. I do think that could be a consideration when we get to the nuts and bolts of this. Very interestingly, in the Library Act, I think it's in the regulations, it also talks about population density in the province. If you have less than, I think it's 5 people per square kilometer as your density, those municipalities that have less than 5 people per square kilometer get a bonus of 5% of the provincial fund to go towards them. I looked it up this morning. I think there's 4 or 5 municipalities in the province that would fit that category. Digby was one of them. St. Mary's, Guysborough, and Victoria County, I think, were the other one. I might be off by one, something like that. We are at 5.9 per square kilometer. Everybody else in Annapolis, in the AVRL, I think West Hants was 20 per square kilometer. So just to get, and all the towns would be like, 100 and more. So there's a recognition in the library's regulation that it's harder for large municipalities with less population to fund municipalities appropriately. We're just outside that bubble. Otherwise, we'd be getting that extra 5%. So it's really, I feel like there's some argument there that we should have that discussion with our partners to say, listen, if we're gonna make a recommendation that we come up with additional funding, we need to have a discussion as to how it's shared, whether population is even the right way to do it. So with that, again, we just wanted to bring this to you today. I suspect that we'll get the request from the AVRL soon, and we'll have to take something to council most likely, so that you don't have to have a special council. So the date was September 12th that they were looking for a response, but because our meeting happened committee today, council next week, our next council won't be till after that meeting. Otherwise we'd have to have a special council meeting. So if we get the letter asking for action before next week, we'll try and put something together. But I really just wanted to put that out to you to have a little bit of discussion to give me a sense of where you are on that. I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna go for a break.
Okay, I'm just writing down who I saw.
And you might want to.
Okay,
Parsons alternate.
yes.
So can I
Would
give
you
you
like,
information?
whoop,
No, but from the village. Can I
From
give
the what?
information from the village, which will make a decision on how people are gonna think how this is going down?
Oh, you can give whatever you wish.
But I'd like to do it before everyone starts getting in on it, so they know where the village stands. Because the village is not gonna be a part of the library. I can give you, I'll read out the letter I received this morning from the village meeting last night.
Okay. Deputy Warden was supposed to be first, but you were second, so,
Well, I just think that they should have all the information here, right?
yeah, gotcha.
So I received a letter this morning. It says, please see our attached response to the AVL last evening meeting. The village commission has its own plan. We've acquired all the required equipment and software to reopen the village library under village management. While we will accept municipal and provincial assistance,
Our current plan doesn't require it. We have already established avenues of collaboration with at least 2 other Valley libraries. We will be accepting community book donations after ABL has vacated the premises, which could be as early as Saturday, July 18th, but no later than July 24th. We've already received over a truckload of books from one private library and additional books from the Canning Library. They're having a meeting, public meeting regarding their library, fire hall, July 20th. We'll have a presentation at the beginning of the meeting and then break 5 groups to give the public the opportunity to ask questions, sign up as volunteers, and learn more about the opening process. I won't read in one sentence there. Every conversation and interaction we've had with ABL in the last few years has always been an ask for more money. Not once did anyone ever ask our community what we wanted for services. So they've never been asked what they would like to have out of their library. Every time they talk to them, it's nothing but strictly money. So the village is going on their own. Because one of the fears is that they're gonna be open for 2 months and be right back at square one again. So they're cutting it clear now.
From their dogs. Okay,
So that's the impression of the village. I'll wait for my
your
opportunity.
turn is coming. Okay, Deputy Warden, then Councillor Connell, then Cranton, then Councillor Harding is what I had. And Councillor Hare.
Let's put me down there.
Oh, Councillor Oxner. My pen's gonna run out. Okay, Deputy Warden.
Were we letting, Person Solomon speak before?
Well, I was gonna give you your opportunity. Maybe you'd like to speak first before, or
just pass?
do you want to?
It's been a tough couple months for sure. The additional funding would allow the libraries to be open until the end of the year, which our fiscal year end, I believe, is March 31st. But yeah, the province has said absolutely no funding, no more, so that leaves us to come up with our own to see what we can do. At this point.
Okay, Deputy Warden. Here.
So. It doesn't matter what we say around this table today. We are the bad guys, or we will be. One of my questions were already answered in regards to Morristown. In this information, they still encompass that all 11 libraries would stay open. But clearly, they haven't got the letter yet. Well, and this is just fresh. This is gone way further than what I feel we should be doing. Because I personally feel, couldn't just say personally, is we're in a rock and a hard place. So we give our funding, plus majority of the past couple of years, we've been giving additional funding. A few years ago, we gave $80,000. And then we said that we would give more money this time to try to help with 26% of the needed revenue. Because the province should have been an equal partner in recognizing that. And when this announcement first happened, for once, it was nice that the municipality didn't get the blame. Because there was nothing to blame us for. We provided our funding as required, and we even gave additional funding. And unlike other municipalities, we really didn't put any restrictions on it. They just said, this is 26% of what your required ask is. Like a good partner in this organization. And I know we all have questions about coulda, wouldas, and is the library board really thinking, not the board itself, but the library as a whole, really thinking outside of the box? Because I constantly read things online, which I try to stay away from, but there is a lot of good questions around why are they continuing with paying to ship books to people and then paying to ship them back. My understanding is that started during COVID, that it didn't happen before.
Housebound. It's housebound people that get that service.
It's just, in my mind, there are different ways, and we knew that this was coming. And I'm really disappointed in some municipalities by saying that they were not aware. But that's the same as the province. When we had a meeting here, the provincial representation said, oh, didn't know. Didn't know. Well, I knew that they were doing this before I was even on council. They've been talking about this for a decade. Because the formula model hasn't changed. Nothing's changed. And for the province to say they didn't know is just absolutely ridiculous. And then for us to have a meeting with the representatives to basically say, well, what are you guys gonna do to solve this problem? That's what I got after that meeting. There was nothing, oh, the province is gonna do this. It was, well, what are you gonna do? What's your thoughts and ideas? You know, you hear about the 50-50 or the lottery thing or this and that, like. I just don't like that we're in this situation. Because no matter what we do right now, it's a lose-lose. So if we say when the ask comes that we're not going to give that additional funding above the additional funding that we gave, then the target is on our back because we're stepping up where the province is clearly saying no. Which I don't feel that we have to get, like, we're all equal partners in this. Just the province isn't playing ball. And then if we do say yes, we're gonna give that money when the time comes. Well, the next thing you know, the province is gonna start to say, what? Look at the formula. It's gonna be a 50-50 split. Or what have you. Because they're like, well, they don't need our help if they continue to get bailed out. It's just the same story again and again. It's just not libraries, it's just multiple things. We all know from sitting around this table that the province constantly downloads stuff on us. You know, have they taken stuff away? Yes, they took away the money we had to pay for the housing to support that. What we got in return was more and more stuff that we have to cover with less and less and less. We talk about reserves today. And we can't continue to dip into the reserves when we're already going above and beyond what we're supposed to do. The province is doing their absolute bare minimum and not even really even entertaining the idea of giving another bridge payment or say, you know what, we'll give you X amount of that 400,000 or 300 some thousand. But it's nothing. It's clearly no. And they even go to the point when we had a meeting of saying, well, in 2024 or whatever, we gave extra money. We gave extra money once. And back a decade ago, yes, libraries were funded what they were. But we all know everything costs more now than what it did before. And then you hear the arguments of, well, they wouldn't be in this situation if the libraries didn't unionize. Which, that's a yes and no. Does the wages go up? Does the wages go up with unions? Most times, yes. I did read somewhere that the highest paid union member is 104,000 or whatever it is. But if you compare that to other jobs within unionized, it's not realistic. And it's a very small percentage of what their deficit is based on wages. So with this, when the time comes, I really don't know what to vote. Because I hate being in these situations where we're put in a corner. And then we're made to look like the bad guy. And we're not. We've done absolutely nothing to make us look like we're not supporting the libraries. So for us to get letters and things, luckily that's ceased temporarily. Say, you need to support, you're not supporting the library. If we say no, those are gonna then come, it's gonna be our problem. None of us wants to see libraries close. We've already heard that there's a library in our municipality that said, we're gonna go it on our own. And when that time comes, how does that look for the formerly model and how much the overall costs and so on? I'm just really annoyed that we're even sitting and having this conversation for something that we can't control. Could you imagine if we were doing this with value waste or with transit? I can tell you what the answer would have been. We're leaving. Because we already did it once. So I just don't like how we're put in this situation. It's gonna cause nothing but conflict no matter what we do. If we say, yes, we're gonna fund it, the province is gonna say, well, we're not gonna give them more funding. If we say, no, we're not gonna give funding, we're gonna be the guys, well, you're shutting our libraries down. And I know that every municipality across the valley is having this exact same discussion. And some are in worse financial shape than we are. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm just completely frustrated at this situation. And I don't know how, when the time comes, I'm gonna vote, because no matter what, it's a lose-lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Conlon, you're up.
Unlike my partner there, I'm very frustrated, especially when you wake up and the news is promoting that municipalities don't step up, the libraries are gonna pay. So they've already excluded the province. The province isn't even being dealt with at all. They're making it all the municipality's problem, which I was very disappointed to hear that this morning. I understood the formula that was presented, I think it last month, on how the library board gets their funding. But the library board itself made a statement publicly before they came back and said they were gonna reopen their libraries. They made a public statement and said that any library that was closed, they was not gonna charge the municipalities for those libraries. He publicly said that. So in that case, if Lawrencetown is dropping out, no matter if it doesn't want to join, it's gonna do its own, it's going to. And if we get nothing back for the library board to support 2 libraries in our county, they're already getting more than their request. Because if we're getting nothing back, we budgeted $164,000 for 2 libraries in our county. We give them 40,446 quarterly. On the first quarter, this morning showed that we give them 40,005. So in my mind, I won't be vote for any increase because they already get, they're not giving us anything back from what we've got budgeted, 164,000. They're already making more than what the request is because they're not supporting Lawrencetown Library. So I didn't go to college to learn math, but I went to school to learn math. I had 2 stores getting money to be ran, and I closed one and still got the same amount of money, that would be in the plus for me. And I think that the library board hopefully considers that if, when they receive this letter from Norristown, that they don't want to be a part of the ABL. Say, if we're not getting anything back for their portion, then they're already getting a big raise from us if we don't get anything back. Because they're only gonna have to support one library in our town. And I would have, we gave them the 16.9 on a 1-year base, I believe. We gave it to them for 1 year for them to come up with ideas how they were gonna come up with supporting their library. So that wasn't even on a continuous basis in my mind. So I know that I'm gonna have a hard time next year supporting the library at that rate in our county to do one library. And I understand if this council doesn't want to give Lawrencetown because they went on their own and they're gonna go privately. I understand that. But I also understand is that it's a lot of money to run one library. And I understand, I don't even know how Middleton's gonna do it. I mean, perhaps Royal's got a little bit of a backing, but let them put it all on the municipalities. I was so disappointed when I heard that on the radio. Pinpointing that the municipalities are gonna be the reason if the libraries close. So, and I agree with Dustin is that, we fight back, the formula is gonna change, you can guarantee it. I don't know what, how. I know that if the request comes forward for 48,000 or whatever the remainder is, 48,395, I would have a hard time even voting to give them that, because like I said, they're making money on Lawrencetown Library leaving. They got no expenses to Lawrencetown Library. So this previous year, I know it was done on a formula, but they still had a cost to support Lawrencetown Library. So if it was 50,000 out of that 64, all of a sudden they're gonna have 50,000 toward running Bridgeton. So I can't support if the request comes forward for more money.
Okay, thank you. Next is, Councilor Cranston.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Councilor Call for reading the letter from the Lawrencetown Library, and also thank you, Councilor Carson Salzman for the update from the library board. I got a few things I want to say. One thing I do want to get off my chest first. So I too am disappointed that we're in this situation. And I will just say, as an elected official, it irks me that any elected official, whether it be municipal or provincial or federal, can consider knowledge of this financial implications and claim that they had no idea that it would result in closures. Cost money to run things. You take money away, things close. So it's all with that. I agree. We've done our part. CAO and the councilors have referenced, we made our 26% increase. We didn't put conditions on it. We've done our part. Costs have gone up. Our costs go up. We get more taxes for it. Their costs have gone up. They probably need some more revenue. So we've paid our share. It's not our obligation to pay the province's bills on their behalf. This is the result of the province's decision. It's not our fault. The media can spin it however they want, but at the end of the day, they're in the position they're in due to provincial financial decisions. So it's not our obligation to do it. will support working with both Lawrencetown or Village of Lawrencetown, work towards a sustainable model for them to run their library independently. It will benefit the residents of Annapolis County, so I'm open to exploring that. And I'm open to exploring working with the library board to explore some of the avenues that staff indicated as different funding models. But hopefully they take into consideration that if libraries are leaving, then that should be taken into consideration of the model. So I am open to that, but I would say a strict ask to pay the 48,000 would be a no, because I interpret that as asking us to pick up the province's tab. We can't afford to do it, and the residents of my district know that we can't afford through their property taxes to pay the province's shortfalls. Same way we can't afford to do it for the visitor centers, the museums, the arts, and everything else that they cut. And they expect the communities to just ask for more corporate sponsorship or do more fundraising. There's only so much fundraising in the community. So to say, just have 50-50, well, not very realistic. The communities are doing their part too, but there's been a lot of cuts. This is on top of several other cuts, and all those organizations are struggling. So I'll refer to those other organizations because I happen to know some that in the, say the Historical Society. I don't know much about the visitor centers, but they've all gone back and have had to look at, unfortunately, they've had to dip into reserves because you can't find a solution overnight. So while the libraries made their decision, I've worked with nonprofits where we used up a 20-year surplus looking for a solution to a provincial funding cut, but eventually found one. So to be a little more optimistic, I will say one thing I have learned from these organizations that have regrouped and rethought is typically where there is a will, there's a way. So it's not as straightforward or as easy as just asking municipalities to pick up the tab. The province left the shortfall. Yeah. But I am open to us working with them to find solution. And whether it involves sharpening the pencil, changing a few service delivery models or methods, or coming to a more realistic funding share that's fair across the board with whichever partners are still committed and which ones aren't. I'm open to exploring that, but it will require the library board to be open to it as well. I guess that's all I have to say with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harding.
Yeah, thank you. I think the other councillors have covered a lot of what I was thinking as well, so trying to keep it quick, but I'm pleased that the library board made the motion to keep the libraries open until October 1st, using the reserves. I think it's like Councillor Grant said, might give a little bit of time to find an option, but I am, the same as it sounds like most of us around this table, really disappointed about how it's starting to be framed, and how some municipalities didn't know about the closures or have now kind of turned it into something that this is the municipalities have to fix this when we've covered our obligation, we pay the 26%. The other portion of it is the province's responsibility. And it almost, the perception that I'm starting to feel from just seeing within the media and speaking to people and people in the community is that, well, there's other municipalities and that are saying, well, you need to step up and you need to pay more. We did pay our obligation and more already, and it almost feels like the province is happy to let the municipalities sort of battle it out amongst themselves and they step back. This is their responsibility as well. And so I hope we can find a solution, but I'm also struggling with, filling that gap. The extra 48,000. It's absolutely, as you say, that's when the province will say, let's review the funding. And right now they're saying no to everything. As soon as it gets downloaded, then they'll say, oh, great, let's look at it. It's frustrating. I'm frustrated. I think we all are. We're frustrated with it because this is something that's needed. We've heard presentation from the library board about how crucial the libraries are for communities, for rural areas, for literacy rates, for people that need internet access, for people that need research capabilities, all of these things, right? You know, we've had the presentations. They have come and talked to us. So it's really difficult to be put in this position where, you know, now we have to, as Deputy Warden said, you know, we have to make a decision, and one way or another, it's not an ideal situation to be in. No matter what we do, we're going to be made out to look like we didn't do the right thing. But I think it's important that we say in this forum that we did cover our obligation, and we have supported. We did make the bridge funding. We approved the bridge funding. The 26% is what our obligation was. So I just wanted to weigh in with that as well. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Councillor Hare.
To the chair, the councillor first, Salzman, has there been any discussion about, has there been any discussion so far? I go right back to what I've always been saying since day one of this. Similar to when you get on the bus and you give $1.
You're not allowed,
You're on a lot
not according to the Libraries Act.
to charge rent for the.
That came up, that's one of them, the meeting.
It's the last one.
No, but that's- I was aware of that either.
You can ask for the.
Yeah, there's, it's not to say that there's other ways of fundraising. But again, as has been mentioned, like, we need some time to figure out what that looks like
Right,
too.
and there are still talks with the province, like they're not giving up.
That needs to be reviewed then, that specifically, so are they looking into possibly getting, I'm assuming, what piece of legislation says they're not allowed to do that?
The Library Act.
Library Act, so.
That's probably further out than the funding
Yeah. It does please me to hear at least that was talked about. But I think everything Councillor Connell had said, and, a lot of money to one library. And if anything, the way that, what's coming out of Lordstown, I like to see where this goes. Just the fact that Lordstown hasn't come to us with their hands out means a lot to me. And I like to see where Lordstown goes with this, and that could be a great investment as compared to the hand that's out. So I won't continue.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Oxner.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Libraries are vital to our communities, and we all recognize that. The perception seems to be at the moment that other regions are not suffering the same. They are, it's just AVRL is the first one out the door. There'll be others following next year and the year after. I feel we're being used as leverage by AVRL against the province and vice versa. And that's not a good place for us to be, and we shouldn't be there. We've done a very good job of maintaining our tax rate here in the county, recognizing that with the increase in assessments, people are paying more. Are we gonna have to go to them and say, well, you know, we have to come up with more money for libraries, so we're gonna have to increase your tax rate to cover that? That's not gonna go over well. It really isn't. Unfortunately, the provincial government seems to have lost sight of the large citizenship in the province. The focus has been on HRM and benefiting that area to our demise. Or the clean energy projects. We have in rural Nova Scotia been neglected. And, you know, if we give in to the request for more money, we're just putting ourselves in a position. In October, you're gonna need more, and then next year it's gonna be more. So as hard as it is to say it, I don't think I would be able to support providing more money. I'm not looking at the big picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? That was my list.
You've said it all.
Hmm?
You've said it all.
It is difficult to sit back and see that libraries are being closed, there's no doubt. But at this time, it was very difficult to be set up in this position where other municipalities didn't know this was gonna happen, was not logical to me. Because the GAOs knew. For a long time, and most of them. So the scenario is basically, well, we give it all and you gave parts of it and others didn't give any and others had conditions, whatever the case may be. Every unit did what they thought they could do. That's it, that's the bottom line. So in the process, we've lost some librarians. Now, do you actually think that we're gonna be able to find people to open the libraries for the next X amount of months? I don't even know if we could, if you could behave here, or L
That
can.
is a concern.
Okay, so there's where I'm going. So, you know, and of course, as we know, I'm not saying libraries are not, I'm always saying libraries are very worthy to have. But the library structure has changed a lot through the years of why people go there and do extras and extras and extras. And now, and not say, I'm not making any comments about anything, they have unionized, which eliminates a whole lot of volunteers that could possibly do stuff because, well, you can't do that. Volunteers can't come in and take unionized job and do the job. So it's a pickle. I come back to exactly the statement. You made the statement. We paid what we were asked to pay and we subsidized more. What are we gonna do? I guess we'll see when the letter comes to us and we'll make up a decision. So if there's nobody else that has anything else to say. We'll leave it at that for today. Did you have anything you wish to say, or there's a rep for the ABRL? Okay. All right. We have no, well, we're done for the information and decision reports. So, okay, he changed his mind.
Yeah, not about the library.
Okay.
Thank you for that discussion. We will, you know, based on what we get. I wanted to mention this morning, but I wanted to make sure that I was allowed to mention it. So Kyle Garrett, who did a great presentation for us this morning, he's, you know, it's one of these things where unfortunately he's leaving us. Very good for him. We're gonna miss him, but I wanted to say that this morning when he presented, but you know, I wanted to make sure that the right people knew that before. So, you know, if you wanted to, before you leave, just to wish him best of luck and see the support. So I just wanted to say.
Thank you.
We know his last name.
I don't know.
Okay. We have no new business and no in camera, and I guess we're done for today. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.